Alrighto. Good morning everyone and welcome to the City Future Committee meeting of Tuesday 14th of October 2025. In terms of health and safety, if the alarm sounds, please make your way to the nearest emergency exit. The assembly point is down Devonport Road. Please be aware that this meeting has been live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. And members, could you please make sure you speak clearly into your microphones and only one speaker at a time for clarity, please. If everybody can make sure that their cell phones are also turned off. Can I ask Councillor Baker to set us off with an opening karakia, please?
Ai, mauri o rei te whare, tēnā rā tātou. Mihi kawana kia koutou, ngā māngai kōrero, ngā kanohi kitea kua tā mai nei ki roto i tō whare, nau mai piki mai whakatau mai, rawe te kite I te nuinga o koutou kua tā mai nei. Just quickly like to extend my welcome as well. Awesome to see such a full gallery. It's really nice when we have a lot of our community present in the room, and we look forward to hearing your kōrero. So welcome to your house is what I said in Te Reo Māori. This is a house for the city, so please come back anytime. It's always great to have our gallery full and our house nice and warm. So with that, I'll just open us up with a karakia. Me noi tātou, ki mihia te pōranga haua te ao kia I o rangi kia I o nuku kei ngā mata o te ariki. Kei mata nuku, kei mata rangi, a kei reira koe tāne te waiora. E ngā maunga rū, e ngā wapara whenua, here uta ki tai ki tangaroa e, ko koe ko au ko tāua nei, whiti ao, whiti ora, ara mai te toki. Haumi e, hui e, tai ki e. Tēnā tātou.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Apologies. We have one apology this morning from Councillor Steve Morris, who is currently out of town. Can I have a mover for that? Thank you, Councillor Kurek. Seconder, Councillor Roosboom. All those in favour? Before we move on, as is becoming a regular thing, some people that live in the city that have done great things in the world this weekend. Hannah Berry was fourth in the Ironman triathlon in Hawaii, so that's the pinnacle event for Ironman triathlon. So I'd like to congratulate Hannah and wish her well for her next race. Righto, we'll move on to the public forum, and we have a number of speakers this morning. We have two that are coming in online, and then we have a group from the Pillins Point region talking about transport safety. The process will be for the last four speakers, we'll let them speak and then we will come back for questions as a group when they've completed their presentations. So if we start off, we're going to start off with Mr. Scott Adams, who's coming in online. Can you hear us, Scott? There he is.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Chair Taylor, and thanks very much for the opportunity to speak this morning. Mayor Drysdale, elected members, ladies and gents. I'm Scott Adams from Caris. Just wanted to talk this morning about Te Tumu pathways. From my perspective, more progress has been made on Te Tumu over the last 6 months than in the last 3 years. So we can't lose any of that great momentum that we now have. Progress has been going particularly well with technical reports.
Sorry, Scott, you've muted yourself, mate. That should be.
Apologies for that, Councillor Taylor. How long was I on mute for?
You were just telling us about the progress that had been made over the last 6 months.
Oh, great. So not the whole time then. That's good. I was just talking to technical reports and assessments to form the rule framework and spatial planning for Te Tumu. iwi consultation, compensation agreements, access options, bulk servicing options. These work streams have all been progressing really well. So we need to keep all those planning pathways open. Over the next few months, we'll have much more information available to us to determine the best and fastest pathway to enable Te Tumu for urban development. So as a City Futures Committee, my understanding is your crucial role here will be to examine all the strategic issues and opportunities for these various options that Andy Mead's presented to you to determine the best pathway for Te Tumu. And the best pathway solution may not even be an option known to us at this time. But we need to be ready with a policy framework assessment that best responds to national, regional and local requirements in regards to land for housing supply, commercial and industrial supply, as well as social infrastructure such as schools, public transport and open space reserves. And as landowners, we're working together more collaboratively than ever to deliver outcomes that will give effect to Te Tumu's policy frameworks. And also through the Te Tumu Infrastructure Subcommittee group that I chair, we've been progressing work streams looking at how we can reduce the burden of capital costs on council, such as decentralised wastewater systems and exploring cross-boundary cost share efficiencies. And as mentioned, the best planning pathway option may not even be legislation known to us at the present time, but for now we need to keep progressing the technical reports and assessments that we know will be required regardless of which pathway we decide Te Tumu should take to enable urban growth as fast as possible. I'll round off by saying that whichever pathway TCC does decide to take, then the Te Tumu landowners really insist that we stick to it vehemently, making Te Tumu the top priority. Because we've experienced on multiple occasions in previous years Te Tumu plan change resources being deferred in favour of long-term plans or annual plans, national-driven plan changes that favour other greenfield areas. This has been most frustrating, but Te Tumu landowners are encouraged by the proactive approach that this current group of elected members takes, which seems to us to be the most dynamic governance our city's had for many years. So once the planning pathway is determined in the first quarter of 2026, the Te Tumu leapfrogging must stop and full focus must be put into seeing the rezoning through to its successful conclusion, unhampered by other council initiatives. I've got a meeting with Minister Bishop next week on the 22nd of October, and I'll be saying similar things to him, that TCC need a clear pathway for Te Tumu without distractions that reform legislation may require. So, this will ensure that we can finally limit the ever-increasing housing supply crisis that our city's suffered for more than a decade now. So thank you for listening. I will pass on to whoever is next. I think Mr. Ford.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott. Just any questions for Scott from the Liams? Mayor Drysdale.
Morning, Scott. Yeah, good to hear your views. I'm just interested. You sort of mention, maybe a pathway that's not open to us at the moment. If from a developer's perspective, if you were blue sky and you said, what would that look like? What are you actually looking for if we started from scratch and said, this is how we're going to actually get this done efficiently and effectively?
Ideally, something that the NPSUD tried to accomplish, but must have been about 12 or 13 years ago, the Housing Accords and Special Housing Areas Act, I think it was 2013 or 2014, that legislation. The Western Bay Tauranga City Council had huge success with that, enabling housing supply without being burdened by some of the complexities of the Resource Management Act. Something similar to that, if that could be reenacted, or some legislation similar to that could be produced maybe in the first instance just for the Western Bay, but something empowering that isn't going to continue to hold us back with national policy statements, mostly environmental ones that are just too broad to find a pathway through for urban development.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Adams? If not, thank you, Scott, and maybe if you can hang on the line, there may be questions that people want to ask you and Jeff together. We're now on to our second speaker in the forum, which is Mr. Jeffrey Ford. Jeff, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, you've got the floor.
Right. Is there able to be put a Te Tumu vision up on the screen? Thank you. I just wanted to give you a sense of timeline as well. This plan was done in about 2004. It was done by Paul Adams, Malcolm Short, and the Fords. And would you believe at that time, Jeff Fletcher had just moved from Sydney to Tauranga to help us advance this plan change because we were going to be developing in the next few years. Well, fast forward that 25 odd years and we're still at the same situation. But the real point of this, showing you this vision, is there has been comment by staff that we might have to go back to stage one with the plan, with the RMA changes, etc. Basically, this concept plan that we did 25 years ago is still current. Yes, there are some refinements, but if you look at that, you've still got the industrial land on TK14, you've got the residential, but we've also got in there the Kaituna Link, the marine, all of these features. And I think what we want to see is, as Scott said, something to enable us as landowners to be able to get on and deliver. In the last few months, since Steve Morrison and Diane and I met, and we vented our frustrations, and this committee then took it on board to investigate alternative infrastructure delivery and access links. We've made a lot of progress and we want to see that continue. But we've got a lot of skills and we don't want to be hampered by too much detailed planning regulation that is not always the best solution if it's driven by council and their engineers. We have to be enabled to have the high-level rules. For example, the standard for wastewater will be directed, I assume, by central government, will say, and then that there's direction to local council. We want to be given those rules and said, okay, this is what it is. You have to come up with concepts along these lines. And same with the Kaituna Link. As soon as we started to do things ourselves, we come up with price-effective ways to do it, and we can get it done. But we just cannot afford to continue to just mark time and go nowhere. I've had a couple of discussions on the regional deal with various members of the community, and one of the things that I've said, so far, the regional deal, what is it going to be? Well, you've got a couple of big roads being built, but after that, what is it going to be? You need really an anchor project, and it's got to be Te Tumu, because there's nowhere else that gives you the scale and the capital requirements to get the economy moving as Te Tumu does. And New Zealand is not going well. Otherwise, the Reserve Bank wouldn't be dropping interest rates to 2.5%. Now, we have to get on with it. And that's what we want you to finish off, instruct the staff to finish off the needs to complete that the plan change, but that includes the iwi consultation. That's one of the big ones that's outstanding. And this goes hot and cold, etc., over the years. But that's a real obligation that TCC has to do with this plan change that needs to be actioned, and it needs whatever it needs to be done to get it done. But we've got to have a bold vision to look at maximising the opportunity that Te Tumu has, and the present plan has to be broadened to allow us to do things with consent. So that's my suggestion.
Thank you, Jeff. Yep, a long time since 2004. Hopefully we're making progress. Yep. Do we have any questions from Councillor Kurak?
Thank you, Jeff. So in terms of progressing the plan change, so if an exemption to the plan stop was sought and the exemption was granted, the issue is that potential waste of resource, considering there could be major changes and a lot of the work that would be done in the interim would be wasted. And part of the consideration is the costs imposed on this organisation. Would you be open to fund the TCC costs if we choose to progress that?
Just going back, what is going to change? You know, what's the RMA going to change? The basic, that's the idea of putting this concept plan up here. It's not going to change much from that, whatever they do. So what is the change? You're only going to tweak around. You're only going to tweak around the edges. You can't go to the bulk of that plan is what it is, right? You can talk about the sand dunes and a few things like that, but that's it. So we're making issues of things that are not going to happen. They can't. You'll have no land.
Councillor,
it's bad enough as it is. It's
okay,
bad
Scott,
enough as it is.
Some input?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Kurak, I think what you might be referring to there in terms of the planning pathway options is, would the landowners be prepared to take it over as a private plan change if that was determined to be the best option? Is that where you were going with that?
Particularly if it was a council-led plan change, TCC would incur costs along with the group, the developers. And I'm asking if we choose to take that course of action, would you be open to funding or reimbursing council for its costs if a lot of resource is required? And that would help us make a decision in terms of taking that risk and wasting a lot of resource if there's significant change.
If I could just comment on that, Councillor, I wouldn't want to fund council. They're nowhere near as efficient as we are. If it was private, it would be run totally different than if it's a TCC plan change. That's one of the big problems. We have a higher cost of time value perception than council does.
Right. Any further questions? Mayor Drysdale?
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. I guess the commitment and this council is, as we've said to you in person, is we're very keen to progress this and look at it. I guess my same question is what I asked Scott before. Mentioned we are talking about a regional deal, so I don't think as part of a regional deal the government's going to come in and fund all the infrastructure required for Te Tumu to make it happen. But what are the things that you'd like to see us ask for that is actually going to make this easier and make the process simpler than what's on the table at the moment under the current RMA? And talking about the new RMA, I think there is quite a significant change. One of those significant changes is standardised zones. The government talking about having a much simpler pathway. So if we went under a plan change at the moment, we'd be using our city plan, and those zones are most likely going to change when we look at under the new RMA. So I'm just interested though, what is it that we should be asking for government to make this process simpler and easier, so we can get development happening into Tumu quicker?
Go, Scott. Were you going first?
Oh, up to you, Jeff. I was just going to say, yes, Your Worship, I would be asking for Western Bay to get the first regional deal from the Crown, and through that, as part of the Eastern Corridor, make them aware that the biggest cost for enabling Te Tumu is wastewater. It makes up about 75% of the cost. As landowners, our proposal to you all, and you're well aware of it now, and we're progressing it, we as landowners, we want to remove that as a burden from council's balance sheet, which I mentioned in my discussion before. So that is a massive game changer in terms of cost. What we'd be looking for from the Crown is the planning tools that allow us to enable Te Tumu to rezone it, or whatever the best planning option is. And as I said before, it might not even be on Andy's list of 8 or 9 options there, but whatever it is, and it's in the Crown's best interest to do this as well. They've got to get on and get some runs on the board with an election looming next year. That's what I would be asking for. Give us the planning tools. We know that it's not necessarily a deal about money and funding, but if there's some financing tools available, we'll develop the Eastern Corridor, provided that we've got the urgent and dominant tools that we can step through what's been holding us back for the last 10 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. One last question from Councillor Rolliston.
Oh, sorry, I think Jeff might want to answer that.
Sorry, Jeff.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the biggest risk is, well, at the present time, we've got future urban zoned land, which means it's earmarked for the future, but it doesn't give any certainty. So that's not helpful. We need the council input to get the rezoning done. As Scott said, we will handle the infrastructure. We will do that efficiently and the best way that can be done with the best technology. But the consenting risk, for example, the Kaituna link, it's the consenting that is the problem. If I look at Taronga Harbour, the port, and the delays there of 6 years and $12 million, you say, holy hell, the biggest port in the country. And if we want to build a bridge across there, I don't want to go down a route and then get caught by objectors for no damn reason of any consequence, and you get bogged down. That's the risk. We want certainty.
Thank you.
It's not the capital. It's the certainty.
Kia ora, Jeff and Scott. I think this question's for you. Jeff, you mentioned around iwi consultation.
Yes.
I got a sense from your corridor that there was still a lot to do. From your perspective, where do you see that at, or the status of that?
Well, personally, I don't think there's a lot to do. That's my personal opinion, because my experience of iwi involvement, they know exactly what's going on. We've been involved for years and years, but there is an RMA process that is required that under this plan change is TCC's responsibility. And that is the part that I would like to see completed.
Thank you. We'll wrap it up there. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time this morning. And I think this item's coming up as our second item on our agenda as we move on. Righto, we'll move on to the...
Thanks very much for your time.
See you later.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next speakers in our forum. We have Jackie Ellen Price, Principal of Pillins Point School. Kate McCauley, Safety Concerns on Grange Road is her, I'm not sure whether that's her title or obviously what we're talking about. Kay Greenshields and Brian Sanson. So I'll call everybody up. We'll give everybody 5 minutes and then I think we'll have a general question time because I think some of the questions will obviously be common across the group. So we'll start with Jackie.
Good. Hi. Kia ora koutou, ko Jack Price, toku ingoa, here Tūmawaki aho i te kura o Pillins Point. I am the very proud principal of Pillins Point School. I feel very privileged to be here with these amazing community members. I have been Tūmawaki at Pillins Point for 3 years and this issue has been ongoing. And so when we met, we had a hui last term, I sort of chucked my hat in the ring to come and support these amazing humans. So I just want to share a few words. I won't take my 5 minutes, but just to share from our community perspective. So I come here before you today on behalf of the students, whānau and staff of Pillins Point School to discuss a priority we have all shared, the safety and the well-being of our community. I'm here today in support of our passionate community members who care deeply about our students travelling to and from our kura. Our focus is on Grange Road. It is not just a road for us, it's a vital artery for our community and increasingly is the primary route for our children's active travel to and from school, walking, biking and scootering. As more whānau choose these healthy, sustainable modes of transport, the need for enhanced safety measures has become critical. However, the question of a safe and dedicated crossing point remains our most pressing concern. We know this is a complex issue requiring careful consideration of traffic flow, engineering, and of course, just like in my job too, funding. But for our whānau, it is simply a question of a child's safety versus speed and convenience. A safe crossing, I believe, is not a luxury. It is an essential piece of infrastructure that will grant our students the independence they need to travel actively and confidently to our school. We are committed to working with you. Our community is not here to just point out problems. We are here to be part of the solution. We appreciate the ongoing consultation with council staff and look forward to partnering closely with the relevant teams to identify and implement a safe, appropriate and timely crossing solution for our tamariki on Grange Road. By prioritising this pedestrian safety infrastructure, we are not just making a road safer, we are investing in a healthier, more connected and more sustainable tauranga moana for all of our residents. Thank you for your time, your commitment to our city, and for partnering with us to ensure a safe journey for every child in the Pillins Point School Zone. Once again, we appreciate your time to share our concerns. We have come here today in a proactive space, and I will now pass on to our amazing team who will share some practical solutions to this issue. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa.
Thank you, Jack. Kia ora. My name is Kate McCauley. I'm a mum of 3 kids who are all currently at Pillins Point Primary and were at Otamote Kindergarten before that. That means I've been crossing Grange Road with them for about 8 years. Our shortest route to school is 2 kilometres and it has us following the current footpath until it ends, and then we cross at the Milton Road intersection. Although it's our shortest route, which is best for little legs, there's actually no other possible way of getting to school without crossing Grange Road, and there are no pedestrian crossings and only footpaths on one side of that road. So that means there's really no safe way to do this. As an adult, outside of peak times and by myself, that's not a big deal. I know that some cars can go too fast and I can judge speed and distance. I can look at cars coming both ways and cars coming out of Milton Road. But on a Monday morning at 8:15, with cars reversing out of the car parks in front of the cafe and bakery, and delivery trucks, and when I was trying to cross with kids in buggies and on balance bikes, it all provided extra distractions and considerations. Now, imagine I'm a child. Finn is my 10-year-old going on 17. He bikes to and from school every day. He's partly encouraged by the council-supported programs such as Wednesday Challenge that asks us to get out of cars and instead bus, scoot or walk to school. Before that, we had Feet First, which encouraged the same thing. These are both worthy and noble and things that we, as responsible parents, fully support. We want more kids exercising, and we want less fossil fuels being used on short trips. But we also want our kids to go to school safely, and this is something that really worries me. I first reached out to council about a crossing on Grange Road more than 5 years ago. I've spoken to different people in different departments with the same result. It's a problem, but it's too hard. I'm therefore extremely grateful for Brian and Kay for putting in the hours and hard work, and extremely grateful for you all for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I've talked to multiple parents who have had the same concerns. I've talked to elderly neighbours who don't like to cross Grange Road when walking to our neighbourhood cafe. I've talked to kindy parents trying to cross Grange Road with a buggy and a dog and a kid on a balance bike. My Finn is about to go to intermediate and my youngest Alice is 5. I really hope that by the time she is old enough to bike without me, there's a safer crossing for her. My middle child Leo really wants to bike independently to school. For a kid that doesn't love exercise, we really applaud this enthusiasm. He doesn't know that I have my heart in my mouth every time he leaves the house, and that anxiety doesn't leave until I know he's safely at school. I asked him for his thoughts on whether a pedestrian crossing would be a good idea on Grange Road, and I think his words are a pretty good way to end. They don't do a lot to calm my anxieties, however. He said, "It would make it safer and easier. I can do it, Mum, but it makes me a bit worried. I almost got run over there a couple of times because it's really busy and cars go really fast." Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing us to speak today, and thank you to everyone for coming along and support. It's been something we've been trying to work on for some time and submitting to the annual plan, and haven't had much response or action regarding this, so we're grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today about it. My name is Kay, and I'm a community member of Otamatai. I do live on the western side of Vale Street, so we particularly struggle with the Vale Street corner, like the Grange Road Vale Street corner, but I have concerns and want to bring that up with you today with the pedestrian safety along the whole of Grange Road as well as that corner. It's an issue across all residents, whether it's school children, whether it's elderly, disabled. It really causes great issue with that east-west migration across the community. And we're hoping to work alongside the council to find practical solutions to make this corridor safer for everybody. For some time, the community, along with the school and the kindergarten, have all voiced serious safety concerns about Grange Road, especially this particular corner. The reports Brian and I have submitted highlight the risks and include clear evidence of the dangers that exist there. These sites pose an ongoing unacceptable risk to our most vulnerable road users, particularly our children. Grange Road is a primary collector which bisects the Pillins Point catchment, and it seriously limits safe east-west movement for our community. Council's crash data shows that between 2020 and 2024, there were 16 crashes along Grange Road, including 1 serious injury, 2 minor injuries, and 13 non-injury crashes. At the Vale Street corner, vehicles have lost control and ended up in drains multiple times in the last few years. And recently, on the 3rd of October, a car deliberately lost traction and hit a power pole crossing that corner. Thankfully, it wasn't a busy time of day, but subsequently we lost power and a power pole for 5 hours. So that's a significant cost to the community, and it's a prime example of the behaviour we often see at this junction. But this isn't just about statistics, it's about daily experience. Residents describe cars speeding, drivers failing to stop for pedestrians, and children left stranded even at the only marked crossing at the very top of Grange Road up by Otamatai Primary. At the Vale Street corner, people often have to wait for a long gap with no refuge or decent visibility. These aren't hypothetical risks, these are what families face every day. It's also likely that official data underrepresents the true danger because there are no safe crossings or pathways. Many families simply avoid walking or biking altogether. If we introduce even a temporary safety solution, I believe we'd quickly see more people walking and cycling and more accurate data showing how essential these measures really are. The impact on the school is particularly concerning. Over 170 Pillins Point students live west of Grange Road and must cross it daily. Yet there isn't a single marked crossing along the entire length after that other pedestrian crossing. Echoing what Jax has written to the council about, explains that many parents no longer feel safe letting their children walk or bike to school. That means more cars at the school gate, more congestion and fewer opportunities for active travel, the exact opposite of what we all want for our community. Otamata Kindergarten, just one street over on Karaka Road, faces similar challenges. Families struggle with unsafe crossings and have also written formally to council in support of improving safety in this area. Community surveys back this up. In our July 2025 survey, 94% of parents said that they would allow their children to walk, bike or scooter to school if there was a safe crossing or pathway. The two improvements most requested were a footpath along Vale Street beside the golf course and raised crossings along Hiniwa, Milton and potentially Coach Drive. These are simple, clear priorities from the community. A separate poll in June found that 41% of responders ranked the Vale Street footpath as their top priority, above any other intersection crossing or upgrade. And in an earlier 2023 school survey, 135 parents confirmed their child would need to cross Grange Road if walking or biking. That's a huge number of children facing the same unsafe situation every day. So what are we asking for? First, a standard footpath along the northern side of Vale Street beside the golf course berm. This would make use of existing road space, linking homes with schools, shops and bus stops, while avoiding the high-risk Vale Grange corner entirely. Secondly, raised pedestrian crossings at key points on Grange Road, near Coach Drive, at Milton and close to Hiniwa. These would not only provide safe places to cross, but would help slow vehicle speeds along the corridor. These are low-cost, high-impact upgrades that directly align with the Otamotai Spatial Plan, which already calls for safer east-west walking and cycling connections, a Vale Street link, and improved crossings on Grange Road. These commitments exist on paper, we're simply asking for them to be delivered. And the benefits extend well beyond school safety. Elderly residents, people with mobility challenges, and anyone wanting to walk or bus locally would all benefit. It's about connecting homes with schools, shops, bus stops, doctors and community spaces, creating the kind of safe, accessible 15-minute neighbourhood the spatial plan envisions. The data and the professional reports, the schools, the kindergartens and the wider community all aligned. The Vale Street footpath and raised crossings on Grange Road are not nice to haves, they're urgently needed safety measures. Our request is for council to allocate funding in the next annual plan to design and deliver these works and to engage with the Otamotai community to ensure the project is well designed and well supported. Thank you.
Good morning and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to express my strong support for Council to implement pedestrian safety improvements along Grange Road and Vale Street corridors in Otamotai, as outlined in my design report supplied to you all. My name is Brian Sanson and I'm a registered landscape architect with nearly 2 decades of experience designing and delivering large-scale public realm, transportation, commercial and residential projects across New Zealand. I am also a long-standing resident of Otamotai and a father of 2 young boys, George and Charlie, who both attend Pillins Point School. So this issue is both professional and deeply personal. As outlined in my report, our community faces daily barriers to safely commuting throughout our neighbourhood. This is especially concerning given the high number of families and children who rely on walking and cycling to access schools, public transport and other local amenities. Council's recent engagement through the Otamotai Spatial Plan confirmed what the community already knows. Pedestrian safety challenges are significant and will worsen as the population grows, especially now with the adoption of Plan Change 33, enabling further housing intensification. These challenges align with the key actions outlined in the Spatial Plan and need to be addressed. Specifically, Grange Road and Vale Street pose significant challenges to east-west pedestrian connectivity for our community. According to NZTA's One Network Road classification, these roads are classified as primary and secondary collectors, and as such should receive significant investment in pedestrian and cycling infrastructure. Yet that investment is currently lacking, creating a clear safety gap. Council's own recent traffic survey found that Vale Street West between Grange and Beretta Road carries an average of 7,300 vehicle movements per day. This far exceeds its current classification as a primary collector and places it within the arterial road category for traffic volumes alone. Additionally, the survey determined the average vehicle speeds along both Grange and Vale Streets hover around 55 kilometres an hour, well above the legal limit, indicating these roads are currently designed to prioritise vehicle flow over pedestrian safety, which you have heard examples of earlier this morning. Any intervention that induces side friction, traffic calming and pedestrian prioritisation will help rebalance these corridors and make them safer for everyone. The design proposal in the latter part of my report offers practical, low-cost, low-risk solutions, quick wins that can significantly improve the safety and accessibility for pedestrians and active commuters. These interventions have been reviewed by council staff who I have collaborated with over recent months, and they have undertaken their own technical assessments and costings based on these designs, which support the design proposal. One standout is the proposed tactical urbanism approach for a shared pathway along the shoulder of Vale Street. Council staff determined it has a benefit-cost ratio of 6.7 to 1, demonstrating that the benefits far outweigh the investment. Additional benefits of the Vale Street shared pathway also include creating a universally accessible route for people of all abilities to safely reach schools, shops, public transport and local amenities, reducing congestion and improve safety at Pillins Point School, as children can now walk, bike or scooter safely, stronger connections to existing cycleway infrastructure along Ngātai Road and Chapel Street, enabling safer commutes to workplaces, alignment with Council's vision for a well-planned city that supports sustainable transport, reduces carbon emissions and supports ongoing population growth and resilience in the network. These proposals are backed by the community through multiple submissions, surveys, formal letters from our local schools and kindergarten, and the presence of many residents here today. So I respectfully ask Council to take on board the evidence and the voices of the community. Please include sufficient budget in the 26-27 annual plan to install the proposed pedestrian crossings along Grange Road and shared pathway along Vale Street, and prioritise their implementation as a matter of urgency to reconnect our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much to the speakers, and I congratulate the community on the work you've done. It's outstanding. Your representation for the people in your area is really appreciated, and it's certainly brought this to our top of mind, I suppose you'd say. So we'll now open the floor to some question time. So does anyone want to start? Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to thank you all for coming here today, and obviously, being very proactive. A special thank you to Brian, for coming to present at the annual plan, and then actually coordinating with our staff to put a proposal together. And I think where we've got to is actually a pretty good proposal. But my question is, obviously we've heard some raised crossings, this Vale Street. As council, this is one area of our city, and there's a whole lot more. So a lot of our job is about prioritisation. So if you guys had to prioritise, it's probably a two-pronged question. What is the order that you would put, as in which projects first, and then secondly, around that, actually, I'll let you answer that question rather than, so maybe if a couple of you, if you're agreed.
It depends whether you're Brian or I as to which end of the area we live in. Yes, I don't know. I guess Milton Road, we're talking about raised crossings. Milton Road takes a number of there is no pathway along Grange Road. There is no footpath on that side. So there needs to be some way of those people getting across Grange Road. I guess my preference would be for a Milton Road and a Vale Street, because at least those children on Pillins can then choose to go either way. And same with the coach drive. Drive would be nice to have. They currently have a crossing island down by Coach Drive, so at least kids are only having to cross one side of the road at a time. But that's my view anyway.
Fully support that. I think if you're going to have to triage it based on budget, Milton Street crossing makes just a huge amount of sense, because it's going to a commercial hub as it stands as a local centre, and it does connect that southern side of the peninsula. And then Vale Street, it's very much needed. And I'd also say that I understand budgets are tight and that you've got to triage where your investment goes. I would also say that Otomoto's had very little investment and for quite a long period of time, and so we just have to make sure that we, it kind of keeps up with the growth that's being promoted. And when you look at all the new suburbs out throughout the East Coast and down towards Tauriko, they meet the new design standards. And as outlined in the report, the current infrastructure in Otomoto fails over half of the key principles outlined in your design guides. So we're just wanting little bits there just to win for the community.
All right, thank you. That kind of answers my second question, which was will people take the path of least resistance rather than the safe option? I'm not sure if you've got any.
Are you meaning by way of?
Well, like for example, if you lived, would you actually go along Vale Street if you're living up in sort of Cherrywood, Hiniwai sort of area? Would you go the long way, or would you still just go across Hiniwai and cross the road, because that's a faster option?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is you've got to take into account the terrain as well, and Hiniwai Road's a very steep road, so it doesn't meet accessible standards. So when you're pushing a pram or you're a young child with little legs and stuff, it's a lot more difficult. So there might be a few at that upper catchment of Hiniwai that would prioritise that, but the bulk of people actually come down Vale if you're coming from inside that catchment and go along that way. But when, as been raised, Grange Road is a substantial barrier, and so getting across that is the challenge. At least with Milton Road, you're capturing those at the southern end, and Vale Street, if the pathway's installed, people can actually just access that, and once they're on there is a safe pathway all the way to school, up through Andrew Place, which reduces the amount of hills kids have to climb, roads they have to cross. And I think that the wider benefit there too is you're going to, that goes direct to Beretta Shops, it goes direct to where the closest bus stop is, literally, for us that live in Upper Vale. We've got to walk 1.2 kilometres to our closest bus stop, which is there. So it has more than just benefits to the school. Cool. And to the community, and the vice versa, those going the other way to intermediate and college.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
Oh, there. Thank you. Firstly, just to reiterate, thank you for coming in. I know you're Otomoto people. You're well organised. It's nice to see. But just in terms of following up the Mayor's question, the big thing I think is sort of the crossing at Milton, where that could be, and I understand we're sort of heading towards on the coach side of it as opposed to the Pillins, Hiniwai sort of side of the Milton shops. But when we sort of look at it, the ideal potentially could be on the other side in terms of trying to get both those catchments. So to Mahe's point, if people did come up Hiniwai, they could walk along the top and then use the same crossing. I mean, do you sort of see if there's a way that we could do that? Is that something you see as a big advantage, or do you think, given the constraints, that you're quite happy with ending up with a crossing that goes across just before Milton Road, which would require another crossing of Milton Road itself?
Crossing Milton Road itself is a little bit difficult as well, for the same reason, kids having to look in three different directions at the same time. Ideally, there'd be a footpath all along Grange Road, because as much as we would love to capture all of those houses all along that side, they currently have to walk along the grass in front of people's driveways, so it's also not particularly safe. I guess the other thing is that Kindy is also on the Henua side of Milton Road, so there's Brinkley Road is there, so there's a lot of parents who walk with kids and, as I say, and dogs and balance bikes and toddlers who having a safe crossing closer to kindergarten would be really advantageous. I can't speak to whether or not parents will encourage their kids to walk a little further and use a crossing, but I know that mine would be absolutely encouraged to do that if that were the only option.
Arthur?
Kay was just going to...
Sorry, just to add to that, there's been quite a few attempts to actually put a crossing near Milton Road, there's been islands which have been pulled out because buses have hit it. So logistically, I think your better option would be to put it on the Henua side of Milton Road, because then it avoids kids crossing the road down Milton Road as well. So then they can just stay on the same side. You can access all the businesses, but you know, left or right. And I just really think you build it, they'll come. Like if you provide it, it will be used, because currently there is no option. So if it's there, I think you'll see a big uptake in people accessing it.
How much of your anxiety is associated with the speed of the traffic?
It's immense. There's a huge speeding issue down that street. We didn't get the police Lagoima in time to assess all those speeding infringements, but you only have to drive down it yourself to see how quickly you'll pick up speed on your own. So, and there's a lot of blind areas. So you can have a child waiting and there's a car parked right beside the corner, and they can't see. They edge out and someone's coming straight past. So it's a big issue, and we've seen, in the time we've lived down there, I've seen 3 cars in 12 months end up in the drain because they've come down a hill along the golf course and slid out, and we often see people doing that on purpose as well, so skidding out, and there'll be kids waiting to cross at that intersection. So.
All right, if there's no more questions, this item is going to come up as our first item of business, so if you wish to stick around and listen. Sorry, we have a question at the back of the room. Brian, have you got an answer for that?
Yeah, so if you read the report...
Sorry, just the question we've been asked. We have a picture on the screen of a child just about to get run over, and the question is, how was this picture taken, and was it a setup?
Well, no, it was actually taken by me after I'd put the original submission into council, and I was starting to put my mind towards the report as I was driving my children to school because I didn't feel it was safe for them to walk. And I was sitting at the intersection waiting as 2 children, there's actually 2 children in that photo, one's just off to the left of the screen. So what happened there was they were, as you look in the back of the report, it highlights the fact that you have to actually get off the path and into the road just to see up the road to make that crossing. At the same time, you have to make a decision about whether the people coming westbound are turning to the right as well, and not everyone indicates. So there's a lot of decision making you've got to make there. These children made a decision to go, and when they first went, it was clear. The older child managed to get on their bike straight away and cross. This child, she just skipped off her pedal, and then she had to restart, and by the time she restarted, that car was there. So that car stopped to allow that child to cross safely. But it just highlights the issue with the speed, the issue with the width of the road, the issue with the camber, the issue with the corners. There's quite a lot going on, and it just makes it very difficult. And like Kate said earlier, children having to make quite complex decisions in very short periods of time, it's just something bad's going to happen. So.
Thank you for that. Great example.
Can I just make one more point about that? Is that we have cars stopping anyway, but not safely. So parents, all of us know, all of us are on the lookout for the kids crossing, and I tell my children, cross when it's safe, don't wait for cars to stop, but cars are stopping all the time along Grange Road, which is creating even more of a hazard. If we had an actual pedestrian crossing, which could alert people to the fact that they need to stop there, then that would mitigate some of those safety risks as well. People are already doing it, they're just not doing it in a safe way and not all in the same place.
Right, once more, thanks very much for coming in, and we'll see you later.
Thank you.
Let's move on to acceptance of late items. We do have one supplementary item which has been included in the agenda. We'll come to the change of that order in a minute. There is no confidential business to be transferred into the open. The change of order in business, so our extra item that we're adding in is regarding, it's currently in as 9.8 to Tumu planning update. We'll take that after item 9.1, so that will slot into our program as the second item on the agenda. We move on now to confirmation of minutes. We have item 7.1, minutes of the City Future Committee meeting held on the 12th of August 2025. So if someone would just let us know if there's any corrections you'd like to make, please. There being nothing, I'd ask for a mover and a seconder for those minutes. Councillor Roseboom moving, seconder. Councillor Crowther, thank you. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. I'll call for any declarations of conflicts of interest. There being none, we'll move on. Righto, so item 9.1, our first item of business is Vale Street, Windsor Road and Grange Road safety improvement options. So presenting we have Michael and Karen.
Kia ora koutou katoa, me mahi and councillors. This report outlines the engagement we've had closely with Brian in relation to options for your consideration in addressing some of the safety issues. What we have determined through that investigation is that the most prevalent option that would provide significant community benefit is indeed the path using a temporary intervention approach for along Vale Street that connects Landscape Road. It addresses the challenges we have at the Grange Vale intersection, as well as recommending the progression through the next annual plan process of Grange and Milton intersection, as well as improvements at Grange and Hanawha. Other than that, I'm happy to take the report as read and answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Mr. Mayor.
I guess my questions are around costs, and just to always push the point. I'm interested in especially the zebra crossing, 150 to 170k, and I see in the report there's some benchmarking against other councils. If we want to be the best in the country, it's not about benchmarking because every council gets ripped off. It's actually looking at what is the cost of these items, what should the cost be, what is the cost of asphalt if it's a raised crossing, and forming that, those sort of things, rather than just say, we're benchmarking against council. So, this is, and it's the same with the path along Vale Street. I think, overall that's looking much better than the 800k that we started with, and I applaud again Brian for volunteering his time and writing that report, which our community has significantly saved us cost in providing this, which is fantastic. But again, break it down, look at the cost of what a square metre of concrete costs, and make sure that it's all within those sort of, reasonable measures for building these things. So, sorry, that was a lot of a statement, but I'm just interested in what the proposed zebra crossing is that you'd be looking at, and I'm sure there's probably some work to be done on that, and why do they cost so much?
I'll just take the first leg of the question in terms of benchmarking and costs, and hearing you in multiple meetings around unit rate costs and things like that, the message is received. One of the elements here is we are looking to put these projects in front of you in the City Futures Committee because they're in the future a little bit. And when we get to city delivery, you'll have more unit rate costs and you'll see the pressure or the tension that we want to put on those costs and prices. So we're quite early in the phases in terms of those things. So I think in recognition to the team and working with the community, we have been able to narrow up scope, and this allows us to design it and get a better understanding of that cost. So, but acknowledge the message given.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the biggest cost associated with crossings is associated with the lighting requirements. So in these specific standards we need to meet, we definitely, from our perspective, are looking at the best value for money option, and we too are looking for opportunities, because if we can save money in one place, we can do something in another place that might benefit the community. So it is top of mind. This is a very high-level concept. We've undertaken the consultation, a concept plan, I beg your pardon, in collaboration, as we say. So as we go through the design process, we certainly will look at opportunities through procurement, through standardisation of some design work, look at the lighting costs in particular is significant, and see if we can drive those costs down. MIE.
I've just got a question, sort of moves on from what the Mayor's just asked. Part of this report is a discussion around the crossing on Ngātai Road, which I think is currently budgeted for and is in play. Can you maybe give us a bit of background on that, and potentially if we downgrade that from a controlled crossing to something lesser, is that money then available for us to kickstart this project and get it moving?
The original signalised crossing was part of the Accessible Streets for Automotive project. It was based on demand projected from completing cycle links, bus priority measures and the like. Given the demand is no longer, that project is not going ahead in the short term, we've reassessed the project for, in the reasonable foreseeable future, given the current traffic and use, and a zebra crossing is very is achievable. We've again put a range of cost in between 150 and 170,000 for that, against the annual plan budget of 597. So council could consider how that remaining money is utilised. But I think
And just to add to that, I think councillors have in front of them a series of community projects that have come to this table or a different version of this table, and we're bringing them in successive papers. So City Delivery Committee will have some papers that look and feel very much like this as well, and we'd like to discuss with you about how we look to fund these elements. As you well know, the GPS has completely defunded our safety and cycling programs, and as a result of our capital plan work that we did over the last sort of 8 months, these projects have been put on the wait list. And so the community has come to us and asked them, and are asking council through these meetings to bring them forward for the next annual plan process, and we're working with them so that they go into that process in the best shape possible. So this project, as well as those others, I think need to be considered as a whole. And if there's any kind of overs and unders to think about, we should do it at a higher level with regard to the transport program and what we could achieve with possible underspends, savings, and other elements that these potential things could fit into. So we anticipate that discussion happening in the City Delivery Committee, but we have to present you with options about how to fund these things.
So short answer is that the balance of that money from Ngāta Road would be available to go back into the pool to do some of the smaller projects.
That's correct, yes.
Not necessarily these ones, but other ones, yep. Mr Mayor.
Just have a question on the Windsor Road, and the recommendation is converting Windsor Road to a one-way southbound and bi-directional cycleway on the eastern side, 200k. What have we done? I understand there has been some consultation. Have we consulted on the proposed plan that we're approving here? Or is this new? And I know there's a number of parks that are going to get taken out by this. So have we consulted on that current plan?
Through you, Mr Chair, we undertook extensive consultation, both with the schools and the local community. That said, that was undertaken 2 years ago. So this particular part between Charles Street, from Ngāta Road up to Prince's, received significant support from the local residents as well as the schools. Notwithstanding that was 2 years ago. We're unsure if the sentiment will change and be different now. So if council endorsed that as a proposed option, we'd first, before we progress the design, undertake further consultation.
Thank you. Councillor Baker.
Tēnā tātou. This is such a cool conversation. To me, reading this report, I want to acknowledge our community and staff. It looks like there's been a high level of collaboration and engagement on this kaupapa, and it's good to see that we are looking at some short-term interventions, as well as the inclusion of some more substantial work in the annual plan, supported and by the community. So appreciate you guys continuing to patiently wait. But for one of them, 5 years worth of advocacy is good to see some traction in some of this vital bodies of work. My question, you semi kind of answered it, but on that community response program, how long is that list getting? When's that coming to us? Yeah, start there.
Through you, Mr Chair. The community response conversation that we've had was an idea that we've come up with about how to use savings and gaps in the transport program to fund community projects. We were looking to have that conversation with you as part of the annual plan process. I think it's really important that there is some pretty clear rules of engagement around this element, so that you're representing your communities in a fair and even-handed way that we need to. But at the same time, there's an element of readiness in some of this community element response, and I think that's the concept that we want to throw in front of you, particularly in the City Delivery Committee, which is there something that we can do before the end of the financial year, whilst we have an earthwork season and we can get it done? And I think there's a naturally a self-balancing process there, and we need to work that through with you as how the nuts and bolts of that. But what we're shaping up with is a series of projects that our community have talked to us about. They have been on our books to do, so they are in the LTP. We have funding for it in a future year, and we're going to go through a process of asking with you and going through whether we should bring that forward. We still have to test this in terms of this is a relatively newer process, and we have to make sure our finance cousins are very comfortable with what we're doing, and then there's a wider conversation, of course. So this is a bit of new idea, but I think we've got some good support from a community perspective. We've got projects that are well worth it. They have the mandate to proceed, and would have that conversation in the next meeting.
That's cool. Sorry, I just have one more follow-up. Great to hear, annual plan, and then in the next meeting we're going to be able to chew some fat on some of this stuff. My other question is point 30, which is page 102. Really good to see some detailed numbers on the volume. I assume that that's massive volumes relative to the road, and the residents and occupants, etc., etc. Have we captured, do we know where else across the city the usage of that roading corridor is big, and do we have plans in place to address some of those concerns across the city as well?
Again, I think this is a two-stage answer. So that's 2,000 vehicles per day. So a major arterial takes 20,000 vehicles a day. And so that's the sort of the threshold around that point where you go from 1 lane to 2 lanes. And so the residential streets are much less, but there are many more pedestrians and cyclists and active modes on those streets. So hence why they're 50 kilometre an hour. So that's one element of deciding why you should do something. We've done an assessment of the network around the areas that are most riskiest. And as sort of mentioned in the information that we got from the community this morning, there are crashes and incidents of safety concerns right across that network. One of the challenging aspects of prioritising safety is we do it in 2 dimensions. One is a personal risk, so what's the risk to the individual using that part of the network? This goes for highways right down to residential streets. And then the collective risk. So that's the part where we concentrate mostly on serious and fatal injuries. And from an investment perspective, that's where your best money is spent. So one of the unintended consequences of prioritising safety that way is quite often community projects like this don't float to the top. And so if you were to be quite objective and you prioritise your program very much along this methodology that Wakakotae, NZTA uses and the safety community buys into, you may not do these sorts of things. That's why we have a low-cost, low-risk program. That's why we have a community response approach, is to make sure that we don't lose the smaller stuff in amongst the other noise, particularly pedestrian crossings and particularly small things. And I think there's a balancing act. And that's sort of part of the context of the conversation we're going to have with you around these projects. It's not black and white, is I guess where I'm going to.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, special thanks, Karen, for the work you've done, and obviously to the local community for chipping in and doing a whole lot of work in the background there, especially Brian. I guess my first question is regarding the vehicles going down Grange towards Vale and the camber of the road, and it was sort of touched on earlier. In terms of the safety of the pedestrians and cyclists who will hopefully be using the shared path that we will, in my view, hopefully give a bit of a green light to. My concern is just, are we replacing one dangerous issue with another? And having, I mentioned to some of the people, I'd sort of intentionally circled around and driven it again to sort of experience it, what it would be like in my mind, imagining a different amount of space there available for vehicles. It would, to me, seem to be quite an issue. So have you got at this stage any kind of engineering kind of understanding of that and whether it can be safely mitigated?
Through you, Mr. Chair, definitely. What we're proposing is prior to the intersection going off-road. So we move off the carriageway, it's hard to explain, but through the side of the intersection and then the path, there's some stormwater mitigation and a retaining required to move off that path through the base of the intersection and then drop back down, which is part of the, the cost consideration.
Second question is, in terms of, I sort of understand there are constraints there, but in terms of the ideal location of the crossing by Milton, we've sort of heard in response to the question that I asked earlier, there could be advantages of putting it on the Brinkley side of Milton Road, and especially when you factor in the kindy there. Is there a realistic option to do that, or would you be sort of suggesting that it has to be on the the Stratford Place side of Milton Road?
The location we're proposing is providing access to the shops, extending the footpath, and then enabling crossing across Milton Road just a wee bit further down. One of the challenges with that particular area is the volume of driveways. So trying to navigate those, always try and move away from potential removal of parking at the shops. But we also know that provides the most direct access and the demand for the wider community. But the other areas provide significant constraints, which means from a vehicle crossing perspective and access perspective, and by the time we move to a place where we can accommodate it, it appears to be way out of the design line, but very happy to work with the community if they have any alternatives for us to think about.
Yeah, I guess I'll raise, although it's not technically a question, it's just a comment at this stage, which is Jules Way, although it's not a high demand, I don't know if it's a council or a private road, but it can be quite confronting when you're going up the hill and you have a backlog of a little bit of traffic as someone's waiting to sort of safely negotiate that turn. And so to sort of throw a pedestrian crossing there, plus maybe a car turning right into Stratford and then, you know, or left into Jules. So that I think the more communication with the community and obviously the sort of engineering requirements around it, the better. The last question I had, if I can just find where I put it. Oh yeah, so moving to the Windsor Road one. I know the Mayor mentioned about parking. I guess one thing I hadn't got clear on was, are you proposing to have parallel parking on both sides of Windsor and effectively using the second direction lane, basically turning that into the bi-directional cycleway, or are you going to have to remove some of the parallel parking on one side of the road? And if so, can you talk about whether angle parking is an option there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're really constrained in terms of space and allocation, so it's a combination of both. The recommended option is you can either maintain two-way and maintain it as two-way and have the cycleway, or you have one-way and we can maintain some of the parking, particularly there's also a need for some of the school buses, and then reallocate that space. There's advantages and disadvantages of both. If you have parking, you have to have greater clearance and all sorts of technical challenges, but both of those options, either making it one way or maintaining two-way, but there is a parking loss, I would suggest, in both of those potential options.
Last sort of follow-up on this, that if you have two lots of parked cars and two lanes at the moment, wouldn't the space, given the recommended NZTA guidelines for the amount of width of a bi-directional cycleway, wouldn't that match that second lane? I know it's pretty narrow down there, so couldn't you keep parallel parking on both sides without changing the curb line?
Absolutely, Councillor. We certainly would. There's some constraints. I guess I'm just highlighting we can maintain parking, but there are still constraints, and some parking would need to be removed, yeah.
Councillor Schuyler.
That's good, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things, or one question. Just in relation to that recommendation C3, the zebra crossing, just for clarity for me, is that raised? The zebra crossing? No? Okay, that's good. No, that's not a trick question. But I suppose following on from that, just hearing the submitters earlier asking that, you know, that a raised crossing is quite a priority, and concerns around the speed down Grange Road, and then obviously we know that we've had some issues with raised crossings causing unintended consequences of vibration disturbance to nearby houses and stuff. It might just be a good time to make a general comment around, I suppose, whether there's a separation of the issue of speed management and control, which is a real important safety concern, and then also the crossing of the road. And if it isn't a raised crossing, what are the other things that the ears in the audience might be able to hear that would give them a bit of peace?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, through you, Mr. Chair. The raised crossings are a vexed subject, and I think they can create negative effects beyond the positives they do sometimes. I think the approach Council takes now is to be cautious when we do them, and to make sure we've got the evidence to back them. One of them being community sport. That's got to be a big tick on the to-do list. The other element is we haven't done speed surveys on Grange, and so there's a certain threshold where some interventions work better than others, and that's where raised platforms or when you get vertical delineation, it slows the car down, like speed humps and that sort of thing. But there's also other measures that can be useful or relevant for that area. So without picking the intervention, it's about the speed, and if speed is one of the issues that is creating that safety, then we'll have a look at that and then pick the right intervention on that. That will change the scope. And I think that's why we're here today, is to get that sort of signal, yes, you want us to go, but the next step, when we get into design, and that element will come out. But they are useful as far as doubling as a pedestrian, because they create access, safer access, particularly for our more vulnerable users. And it's really clear that if you prioritise vulnerable users, children and prams and anyone in kind of a mobility device, you increase the accessibility in the whole area, and community facilities get closer for people and things like that. So from that regard, they have an additional benefit as opposed to, say, a speed hump or a speed camera or the other sort of types of things that we would do.
Just as a quick aside, maybe just going out of your intensive knowledge, what's the relative difference between a normal crossing and a raised crossing in terms of, high-level cost?
If it's done as part of a project, so we have the benefit of all the, the contractor, all those things, I would suggest in the vicinity of about 18 to 30k, depending on the drainage requirements, potential and mitigation.
And with slight nervousness, we give you that number because we don't know how wide the road is or where the water's going or these other design considerations. So putting a big asterisk on that number, if you like. But at the same time, we'll bring some to the City Delivery Committee some options for race safety platforms where the community support it.
There's no further questions. I have one last one. So the community's mobilised to present on this, and we've had lots of chats with the group. Is there a consultation requirement for us on this Vale Street Grange Road decision to go back out to the wider community on this?
We would recommend that consultation be undertaken early. We've got a concept design. It helps us iron out any potential challenges, potential issues with loss of parking early, and that just enables progression of the design following that outcome.
So looking at a pathway from here to painting lines on the ground, at what point would we actually go back to the community on this?
Mr. Chair, we are very open to commencing consultation, after Christmas, if that is something the council wishes us to progress. Just noting there's always the balance of raising expectation around undertaking consultation and potentially the lag between that and actually delivering something. But the benefits are we'd have a clear indication from the community what their thoughts are and iron out any potential issues that we need to.
And through you, just to add, the reason that is that we've really only got November to consult in. December and January, you just get less results. And so it depends on the quality of information we need, and I think we should make sure that's quality. It doesn't mean we'll be doing nothing though until that happens. We can still progress elements of this and talk to the community and move things and look to have that as a phase. We just won't go beyond that step between where community consultations is useful for influencing the design. So it won't go on cold, if you like, but there is a rapidly narrowing window to get a good result out of consultation.
Thanks for that answer. I think it just gives the community some idea of what to expect, and that it won't just disappear down a hole. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. So just in terms of what we've heard this morning and a priority given to a crossing at Milton Road and the urgency of it because of safety, and what we've heard about a change of Ngātai Road and some potential release of budget and there's a number of recommendations that we're being asked to look at, but if we did want to progress one crossing, which has been given quite a good steer from the community, how could we go about that in the most efficient and a way that the community who has asked for it is actually getting some action from us?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll give you two options here. We are planning these types of projects to be delivered within this financial year. And so that takes advantage of a summer season. It gives us enough window for Christmas and January for contractors and other things to happen. And then it gives us the amount of time to do the check boxes around consultation and squaring away the annual plan, making sure that we've got all our ducks in a row. That's one option. The other option is a lot quicker, but with haste, I think you take risk. And the biggest risk around just putting, let's say, a one crossing in advance of everything else is the community doesn't fully support it. Particularly if it was a raised crossing, then I would caution that in that those have created community responses that are negative before. But if it was simpler than that, then there is a risk that you could take to get it in quicker. It doesn't take long if you've got the money and a design to get something done. It's the caution that we apply at the beginning around lining up all the funding, the community, and the other elements. Plus, you've got other considerations around other projects that you may or may not want to prioritise as well.
Just a supplementary, so we heard a confirmation of the extra cost of a raised crossing versus a normal crossing, even though the normal crossing has been given much higher than we hope to get it down to. If we did a normal crossing to start with, does that change if we later made it a raised crossing? Is that a whole new ballpark in terms of costing, or because I think that's there is, I think, an option that we do put our crossing in Milton Road and then decide whether the raised is the right thing to do.
It does benefit. You certainly can, through you, Mr. Chair. You could do them separately. You don't get the synergy of having the contractor on site. You're doing one traffic management, so you get those savings. So the cost always increases because those additional costs need to be taken into account.
And through you, Mr. Chair, our waters team calls our road safety platforms little dams. And so they're always very cautious about where the water goes when we put them in place. So we'd need to build it as if it was going to be a road safety platform anyway. So, and to Karen's point, the P&G costs or the start costs around this makes it very costly way of doing a series of projects that we intend to do in the area.
Mr. Mayor.
Have you got I don't know, some sort of effectiveness of a standard crossing versus a raised crossing? Like, is one more effective than the other, or?
Depends, through you, Mr. Chair, depends on, and I'm not going to get too technical, it depends on the scenario, it depends on the approach speeds. So our key consideration is reduction of the approach speeds and braking distance and visibility. In situations, Granada Street's a really good example. The speeds are huge in comparison to many other streets, and therefore a raised crossing is proposed. In other areas, and the benefits are substantially greater, depending on those factors. In other areas, zebra crossings work very, very well without a raised table because the environment enables that to occur. So both of those provide equal benefits depending on the risk or the speed and volume of traffic.
Thank you. We're just about to wrap it up, but I'll let the Ward Councillor, Councillor Crowther, have the last question.
Well, yeah, I sort of came up with, because I know there are a number of people in Otomotai who are passionate cyclists, and there's always this trade-off between safer pedestrian crossings and safety for cyclists, and this is a key cycling route, and that's part of the reason we're looking at doing some of this stuff anyway. So I guess the question is, do you see that we could potentially have a less intrusive, I forgot what you technically call it, the part where you walk out before you actually cross over the crossing? Could there be a slightly lesser intrusion into the road to enable cyclists and 2 cars to negotiate that? Because I think that's a big concern on Otomotai Road by the primary school, and I know it was good intentions, but it has deterred a number of people from cycling to and from Otomotai Primary, and we don't want to fix one school's problem in one area and then create the same problem we've created in another school. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. Provisioning, I think we've got much better in that space in terms of providing multimodal solutions and not creating pinch points wherever possible, but we'll take that on board.
Thank you, that's very reassuring. Happy to move.
Thank you. Thank you, team. Absolutely fantastic report and great work and working in with the community on this one. So thank you. So we'll just put the motion up on the board, which is quite a long one, so I'm not going to read it out. Yes?
Sorry, just if says targets delivery for 26-27, I thought Mike just told us that we could look at doing some stuff in this current year. So I just need some clarity on that, please.
Thank you, Mike.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that's correct. We pitched the recommendations on a conservative timeline, and we wanted to have the product of this discussion to potentially adjust the recommendations as we go. So we would absolutely try and target it in this financial year, but we do have some threads to come together in subsequent meetings. So we didn't want to put you in a position of committing to something where other decisions needed to happen before you could do this. But in terms of our comments, that would absolutely be our intent.
So, Deputy Mayor, you're asking for targets delivery in the 25-26 financial year subject to prioritisation and funding approval.
I just don't think it should be there because there's not enough that backs up either of those options. I don't know why we would resolve that, because we're not yet saying go ahead, so we don't need to say that. It's just waffle words to me because we don't quite know, and it might be that some are done this year and some are done next year and some just have to go through the process. So I just would take F out.
Anyone else? Everyone agree? Councillor Crowther?
I'm just aware that the community's waited for, having personally pushed for this project, or a couple of these projects back in 5 years ago, on behalf of a number in the community, and then I think some people here have been involved for a number of years, and there are others, including, say, Windsor Road. The principal of Otomotai Intermediate told me the other day it was, I think, 25 years he's been pushing for it. I just wouldn't like to not have a time frame because this has happened before, and I'm not saying we intend to do anything wrong, but previous councils have made sort of commitments that are a little bit vague, and then they've slipped for, as you've heard, a quarter of a century in one case.
I'd also acknowledge item C, which was saying we endorse spending the money, so essentially we're approving it, aren't we?
And that's what I just think it's confusing to have that, because I want to spend the money, but so maybe that it is targets delivery at least by 26-27, so that we can do some now if we've got the funds.
I just want to say thank you again for everyone. I've sort of got the summary from Kay, which I just thought was an excellent piece of work, and Brian's professional contribution there. I just think it makes it really easy for us to kind of have the discussion around this. I think, living not far from there and using some of the roads and footpaths around there. I'm very aware of the need for this. I think the Windsor Road one will probably be the one I would predict will get a bit of feedback, and it'll be mixed feedback, I would think, to some extent, because change is always a bit of a challenge around, one-way systems. But I think on that, I'll sort of hone in on that one as that it's been backed by the former principal of Otamotai College, the current principal. Many of the teachers there have been around for years. Otamotai Intermediate's been consistently in support of it. A number of parents that I know have been in support of it. So I would imagine that we will get strong support for it once that idea is sort of explained again to the latest round of parents who utilise that area. I think the big challenge, as I'm sure Karen and Mike know, will not be so much on Windsor Road, but on the parallel road by it on Queen, because there will be an impact for them, and they do have a preschool there, and it's close to the primary, Bellevue Primary. So I think, to me, that's an important piece of this resolution, but I think the area that has been addressed in the public forum is probably where we can get some quick wins. I do think it should be possible to get a crossing in by Milton. I will reiterate what I said in my earlier comments, that I think the ideal to me would be between Brinkley and Milton in some ways, but I can also see the rationale for having it on the other side, and would certainly encourage staff to look at if there's a need to extend the footpath, that I would be very supportive of the small amount of investment needed to sort of complete the loop on that side as well. So yeah, very, very supportive of this, and thanks again to everyone involved.
Councillor Roseburn.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to thank all the submitters in the public forum today and to staff for the report. If I was going to give a guidance as to which one I'd prefer to see prioritised, it would be the Vale Street footpath from Landscape Round Shopping Centre. As has been presented by the forum, it covers gets kids off the road. It allows free access to both school students and to the shops, and it allows good footpath access to the only bus stop you've got, which surprises me. The rest of it, fully support putting it into the annual plan. In relation to the Milton Street crossing, I would like staff to look at putting a footpath on the western side of Grange Road. If we're going to put in a crossing, we need to have a means by which we funnel pedestrians to the crossing, and walking over people's front lawns and gardens may not funnel our children to the crossing. So if we could, wherever we choose to put the crossing, we need a footpath to encourage our young residents to move to the crossing, and I'd definitely prefer it to be on the northern side of Milton, because that puts the kids on the right side of Milton to get to Pillins Point School. That's about my 2 cents.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, supportive of this, and obviously we've seen the reason. I think what we've heard today around the Milton crossing is we probably need a couple of options that we do go out to the community and understand how they're going to use it, because I think it's pretty dangerous. I agree with Councillor Roseburn that probably the ideal is on that side, but I think it's pretty dangerous for us to make a decision on a crossing like that most of us won't be using on a daily basis. So I'd be very supportive of doing a couple of options and saying which do you support as the community. The same around Windsor Road. I know we've consulted on it before, but I think just going out and saying, look, this is our draft plan. Is there any flaws in that? Is a positive, so our community can have an input. I guess that looking at Vale again. Supportive if we go out to the community and say, look, this is what we're planning to do, but in looking at that one, doesn't look like there's a great viable alternative to that. So less so, I guess, in the consultation. Although I agree, it's a very important project and will save a lot of issues. So just again to wrap up, thank you to the community who have come with your concerns and looking at this, and come through the annual plan process. That's how we've got here today, and that is a good way to consider things. Obviously, at that point, we weren't in a position with the information to be able to look at it, but we can pick it up. And what I've heard, I hope, from transport team is we can reallocate some funding from other projects that prioritise these, which sounds like from a community is the most important issues.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. So I think a question on C endorses the following recommended options and associated costs. I would struggle endorsing the associated costs because we've already been told that these are high-level estimates, and so I don't want to endorse those costs certainly at this stage until we have got that detailed, the detailed numbers. I'm just a little bit, I think Windsor Road is just putting me off a little bit because I think there has been an annual plan submission on the rest of the safety concerns, and if we consulted on Windsor Road 2 years ago and it hasn't yet had a budget, does that mean it's sort of a different, is it just sitting in our long-term plan as a project that we haven't reviewed in one of those little amounts that hasn't been reviewed yet, but it actually is there? Has it got tagged funding for the 26-27 year, I guess, is
Would you
my
like
question.
to comment, Mike?
Sorry, Mike.
Sorry, Mike, can you able to use the microphone, please?
Sorry about that. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it's in the long-term plan in a fund, which is the Low Cost, Low Risk Minor Improvements Fund, of a list of things to do. So it was definitely going to be something we would do at some point in the future.
But not 26-27. It's just one of those lists that we haven't seen yet that suddenly pop. I just don't understand how it pops in here,
yes,
but none of the other things pop in here.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the tail of the tape is in terms of this annual plan process that we've just been through. The main purpose of that process is to make sure that we could reduce our capital program to be able to afford the level of expenditure we did as a whole organisation. In transport, because we've got so many projects that are in contract and very large, the only movement you can draw off in terms of reducing your capital program is these smaller projects. So these projects suffered more in terms of being delayed and pushed forward in the long-term plan. So that was the first exercise in Annual Plan 1. Annual Plan 2, you'll start to see the bow wave of projects that we've created in our program, and they will start to flow through, and the organisations go through a prioritisation step, so on and so forth. So these ones have come forward out of that list because your communities come to us. And we've responded to that. We've recast what they might be, reset the reasons why, or attested the reasons why we should do this, and gone through this process. And I think it was important for us to bring that to here because we might be taking you outside of the normal process when we do these sorts of things. And that's why we need to have that conversation in the City Delivery Committee about how they got here. So we're lining them up, I guess, is the strategy here. To say if there is an opportunity to get them through the annual plan process, and we want to give you some options, then these are the projects our community are talking to us about. And there's about 5 of them at the moment.
Sorry, I do believe, Councillor Crowther, you brought this up at the annual plan discussion to be included?
Yes. So I think it was on 28th of May, I had a list of projects from the community that I wanted to raise, and it was pushed forward to a 22nd July city delivery meeting maybe, and then from there I previously corresponded to staff, but I can say that the certainly I can speak on behalf of Otamoto Intermediate would be very disappointed if the Windsor Road one way was not included with urgency.
And I guess a couple of comments on that, and I don't disagree. It's just I disagree with the comment that the only reason we did the annual plan was to reduce the spend that we can afford this year, because that is not what we as council are trying to do. We're trying to say we want to prioritise the spend we're making this year, and it's $500 million. we want to prioritise it for the best delivery to the people of Tauranga. So it's not that we're trying to cut costs, we're trying to say what are the things that should come out and should be done. So number one. Number two, I think just in terms of, it just makes me nervous. This is an amazing support from the community. They've submitted, we've heard, we've got lots of information. I guess my concern, and I want to support it, my concern is how much else is there sitting there in blocks of costs that we just don't see, and how do we make sure we find out what the community is saying about those other blocks of costs or projects that need to be done, because some communities aren't as able to or confident enough to come because it's not a, it's a tough job, right, to do what you've done to get here. So it just concerns me that we have a annual plan process that is seen as just trying to cut costs, but a whole lot of projects that just get pushed along that we don't really even see or uncover. So that's my concern, Chair.
I think that was a point that Michael made earlier in the meeting, that that's definitely something that they're trying to make sure something doesn't sit there on the never, never, forever. So, yep, I think staff have got that in hand, and we'll look forward to seeing how we can actually progress that forward.
So can we have an action, please, that we get a list of the never, never list? Thank you.
We'll think of some appropriate wording for that, but you understand what you're after. Further discussion? Councillor Klurak.
A question, and perhaps to Mike, a suggestion by the Deputy Mayor, to remove the figures here, the estimated costs. Would there be an issue in doing that? No. So he's shaking his head, no, there's no issue. So the mover and second are happy with that?
Sorry, what does that achieve?
We've already heard from Mike that the 150 to 170,000 for a non-raised pedestrian crossing is, how is it described, as a high level, and we would try to get better value from that, to the Mayor's question. So, and likewise, I'm sure there'll be needing to be more work done on the what's needed at Vale Street. But if we're endorsing the projects, we're endorsing going forward with those, and the costs need to come back to us. Obviously, they would anyway, but it's not the right time to be endorsing costs at this stage, I don't believe.
Mover and seconder, thoughts on that?
I mean, I'm fine. I think the intention is still the same. So, you know, it'll cost what it ends up costing, but I think we've signalled we want to progress this.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I guess I support that, and the fact that we'd see the costs before they go out, and I think that's positive.
Well, even if we just take on C, if we endorse the following recommended options and take out and associated cost, because the figures doesn't particularly worry me, but it's just so long as we're not endorsing those costs. I think it's the easiest. It gives us a feel for the fact that one is 3 times more than 3, but it's not actually setting those as agreed. We're not approving those yet.
Yeah, I suppose I'm happy to sort of waive whatever it takes through to make sure it gets over the line.
Yeah, happy to do that. I just think we need to tighten up a bit on our processes a bit. We're asking questions and wanting clarity when we're in debate. This only prolongs decision making, and I know we've got residents in the room who've got other places to be, so just a reminder for all of us to tighten up on our processes, but happy to support that.
Councillor Schuler.
Overall, I support this. I do want to make comment that what has informed part of our discussion, our preparation for this, is having those values and figures in there. I mean, if they were all double, would we be having the same conversation? Would we be prepared to, if we didn't have the numbers here? So I suppose my only concern there, and again I take Councillor Baker's point, is that they inform part of our discussion. They're an important part of the preparation for this meeting, but the seconder and the mover have agreed. So I just made that point.
Sorry, put them back, mate. Yep. Righto, just before I hand back to the mover and seconder, I'd just like to comment. I use this Milton Road intersection every day, and I understand how dangerous that place is. It is one of the most concerning intersections that I drive through on a regular basis. So I really endorse the fact that if the staff can make this happen early, a crossing on there, in my world, is something we need to do in a hurry. So thank you all for your input, and I now ask the mover and the seconder if they want to. You good? Councillor Crowther, I'll let you finish off.
I'll just comment that there is, to the Deputy Mayor's point, I'm just sort of flicking through our draft 2026 annual plan capital budget spreadsheet from December last year, and then there's another version from earlier this year which does have a number of these projects that have embedded in it. And I think what's happened is there's one bit of detail that's sort of been added, which is the annual plan submission. And that, so I think a lot of those projects, presumably across the city, you'll find the same thing from my experience. But having said that, I think this is a good example to anyone who's listening from other parts of the city, that if they have got pressing safety issues, that this is probably an absolute model way of going about it, being constructive, working with council, and looking at things that are cost effective and are in the under $1 million category, because at the moment, as everybody who's here and listening will realise, we are under financial pressure. We're unlikely to be adding multi-million-dollar projects, but to have, you know, $100,000, if we could get a crossing for that, for instance, you know, the impact, as Councillor Taylor says, could be immense for that community, not just in the reality of, you know, DSI, the deaths and serious injuries and so forth, that statistical analysis that Kay had gathered, but also the stress and, you know, parents like Kate and others who are sort of having to deal with that on a daily basis. So very supportive of these kind of projects across the city. I just think it's something that I'm familiar with this area and happy to support this one, but would also be similarly supportive if there are the same kind of cases around the city.
Thank you. And now I'd like to put the motion that we've got above. I won't read it, but all those in favour? Against? Motion is carried. We'll take a pause at this point for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 11:30. Thank you. Righto, thank you, everybody. Welcome back, and we're live again. Just a piece of housekeeping before we continue on to the next item. Arthur.
Yes, I just want to declare conflict of interest with the next item.
So next item is Te Tumu. Te Tumu Planning Pathways. We'll call that 9.1B for now. And speaking on that is Andy.
Yeah, good morning. I've also got Brad Bellamy with me, Principal Planner, probably just 4 questions, but I'll give just a quick overview of the report. Keep it quite short as we've had separate discussions about this. Really, this is a follow-up to an item at the last time the committee met, where we talked about the implications of resource management reform and planned stop on a number of projects council were doing, particularly other plan changes like Keenan Road or the commercial industrial zoning review, and how those projects would fall likely into the new RM system. But at that time we were still further considering the Te Tumu project and how that would be affected. So we've done some more work on that. I just want to make it clear, I guess, at the outset that this is not about our commitment to the Te Tumu project, which remains strong and unwavering. It is not about whether Te Tumu should be rezoned for urban development or not. This is about the process that we should use and ensuring that we use an efficient process given all the changes that are happening at the moment. So really it's a question about whether we should proceed to rezone Te Tumu under the RMA or through the new planning system, noting that we are going to have to translate Te Tumu into the new planning system in any case. We can't, as of right, use the RMA anymore. We would have to apply for an exemption to the planned stop policy of the government. What we know based on the government's new resource management system and the timeframes for that is that there would be some overlap between an RMA plan change and the implementation of the new planning system, which would be getting rid of our district plan and replacing it with a new planning framework. And therefore that raises the question of value for money in terms of progressing under the current system when we have to rezone Te Tumu in the new system in any case. But there are a number of unknowns about the new planning system. We don't know the exact timeframes, and we do know that there's risks that things can take longer than anticipated as complexities are better understood by government, and we know that things like central government elections can influence government policy as well. So there is risk in putting all our eggs in that basket at this point in time. We also know that there's a range of pretty critical issues that need to be progressed for Te Tumu so that I guess development can actually occur on the ground, so houses can be delivered with people living in them. So rezoning Te Tumu doesn't resolve those issues. Those issues need to be resolved, I guess, alongside the rezoning process. So I guess a key point, and if we were to use the RMA, is having some confidence that it's going to deliver housing on the ground quicker than if we wait for the new system. And some of those critical issues in Te Tumu, I guess, include the access from Waraki through the TK14 block into Te Tumu and the other blocks within Te Tumu further to the east, which is being progressed by the Trust with council and landowners working with them, but it has some way to go and is addressed through a Maori Land Court process at the end of the day. We also know there are some significant infrastructure constraints out there in Te Tumu, and council and landowners are working on those, and landowners spoke to that earlier on, particularly around wastewater, but the issues also span into stormwater and bulk earthworks as well. And then there is the tangata whenua engagement issue, where there was a question raised about that. That engagement has been on hold at the request of iwi and Hapu, while TK14 works with its landowners to resolve the various issues associated with access and infrastructure through their block. So where we've got to as staff is that it is, in our view, still premature to make a final decision. We're going to understand significantly more about the resource management reforms by the end of the year when the bills are introduced to Parliament. And over the next 3 to 4 months, we're hoping for significant progress around some of those key other issues that I've just mentioned. So our recommendation is that we come back to you around February or March next year for a firmer or final decision. And over the time between now and then, that we will continue, I guess, the technical work streams associated with the Te Tumu project.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you for your previous briefings on this. I think we're all pretty clear on what's going on here now. The speakers this morning in the forum obviously very keen to advance this, and it was good to see them acknowledging that current council is making good headway there. So I think we're all in a pretty good position and understand why we need to hesitate for 2 or 3 months while central government progresses the RMA changes. So, Councillor Kurek.
But I don't think Jeff Ford fully understands the issues, because he seemed to claim that there wouldn't be too much different and therefore not too much wasted resource. So why is there a difference in opinion? Because surely Mr. Ford would be getting advice from somebody, or is that a legitimate claim? And if so, perhaps, when I asked, are they willing to cover the TCC cost, and that would be any cost that ended up being wasted, and compensate us for that cost, and that would cover his claim that there won't be too much wasted cost if we had an agreement on that basis, only for the developers to cover any wasted resource.
So I think Mr. Ford was really commenting that the overall kind of master plan for Te Tumu would look more or less the same under the RMA or under the new planning system, which is probably roughly correct. But that's not necessarily where all the costs fall. There's a significant cost in running an RMA plan change through technical reports, through appointing an independent hearings panel, and particularly if it goes to appeals, they cost many hundreds of thousands of dollars. So there's a significant cost just in terms of running the process. And a lot of that would, if we then had to run a further separate process under the new system, a lot of that would be wasted resource.
Just following on to that, but surely Mr. Ford would understand we're talking about the process and the wasted costs and the process, which he seemed to dispute. Surely you must know that. Is the process likely to be so different, and should we be talking to Mr. Ford to fill him in terms of that sort of information?
So we have been working with the landowners group, of which Mr. Ford is a member. So this material has been shared. Mr. Ford also has his own professional planning advisor, who has a really good understanding of the RM reform process. So he has access to good advice around this issue. So. And in terms of costs, currently there is a shared cost arrangement 50-50 between TCC and the landowners on all external costs, but that doesn't cover all of the staff time costs, and it doesn't necessarily cover matters that relate once you get into an appeals type process, and some of those plan change processes, they wouldn't be shared costs. It's the technical research, technical work that is required to move to a plan change. All of those external costs are shared between the two parties.
So, Christine, thank you. So what would be the likely figure if we looked at potentially, if we triggered it early and started the process that we're talking about, and given it's 50-50, what extra costs would be incurred if we went down this track and triggered it early rather than waiting until next year?
Yeah, so the costs are set out in the report, Brad's just scrolling to find those. The 50-50 arrangement around the technical work is to the point of notification of the plan change only, so each party under our agreement meets its own costs from then on. Do you have those at hand, Brad?
So what we've put into the report was an estimation around getting to the point of decision for the plan change. So that includes work leading up to the notification. So there's a bit of a crossover between getting all the way to the decision point of a hearings panel or someone issuing a decision. So what we've got here is essentially what we've put here is roughly $600,000 to $750,000 to get to the end of a decision point for this plan change. So there would be, and what we've indicated in the report is that there was roughly around around 50% of that could be costs that we would be able to transfer anyway to a new planning framework if we were to transition a lot of the technical work that we still have to do into the new planning framework. So there was just a kind of an estimation breakdown there in the report, and that's at paragraphs 48 to 51.
Yeah, and just obviously the appeal costs, if there were appeals, would be significantly more than those costs as well.
Do we have any further questions for staff? Thank you. Righto, can we get the motion up on, if it'll fit on one screen? I think you need two at least. Again, I won't be reading this out. Who would like to move this massive motion? Councillor Roseboom, thank you. Seconder, Mayor Drysdale, thank you. Want to kick us off?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd just like to thank our two, Scott Adams and Jeffrey Ford this morning in the public forum for their comments. This has been a very trying and taxing housing proposal. It's dragged on for some time. Different government policy statements have got in the way. Now the Resource Management Act change is also getting in the way. Two other government initiatives that also may open an opportunity, they may not. The fast track and the regional deal, they may offer a different movement forward. My biggest concern is not so much about how we start this process to get the first house built. It's the finish date that the process is completed. So when can we actually start earthworks? When can we actually start putting a house in? When's all the plumbing go in? It's the completion date that I'm more concerned about as opposed to when we actually start this process. So if by delaying 3 to 4 months we get a clearer picture of where we can start, what process to follow, and if that brings the completion date forward when we can build the first house, may bring it forward by a year, hopefully. That's ambitious, but it's the end date when we can actually start. So I support the delay, but we've got to keep working on this in the background, beavering away with Wellington to get some agreement on an agreed process forward, and with a bit of luck, a bit of agreed funding as well.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of those comments. This is something that this council has talked about for 20 odd years, and I think this is the council that has the commitment to follow through and actually be able to deliver. There's a lot in play, new RM reform coming. We've got a regional deal that we're currently discussing, and I think although this is potentially what could be perceived from people as a little bit of a delay or moving or kicking the can down the road a little bit, I think I agree with Councillor Roseboom that potentially by delaying the start we actually speed up the process and get to a better position in the end, and potentially, which is really the key here and what we're all trying to achieve is the delivery of houses, and we want to get that to the fastest point possible. What we've heard is there's a lot of constraints under the current regulation. It takes at least 10 years thinking of an idea to actually being able to deliver houses. I think that is one of the keys that need to change in this country if we're going to actually deliver on housing. And I encourage the government to continue to work with us to be able to find ways that those kind of numbers of 10 years plus to deliver a house is actually brought down to more realistically 2 to 3 years. So, this is something that I think the council is committed to doing. We look forward to working collaboratively with all our partners that are going to help deliver this. We look forward to progressing a regional deal, and Te Tumu is a cornerstone of that deal when we look to deliver 40,000 plus houses over the next 30-year period. So, some big commitments, and we look forward to progressing that and hopefully seeing some houses sooner rather than later, and so we're not talking about this in 20 years' time again.
Councillor Crowther.
Yep, I'm happy to support this. I guess I would urge some caution around, what we can achieve in this term of our council. And having seen, I can understand why Jeff and others have probably, I'm surprised he's got any hair left, because, they've been tearing it out many times over the years. But it is not really the council that has, in my view, been sort of letting the team down. It's not the developers. It's just, I think there's complexities there, and it is there's legislative requirements. There's all sorts of things, and it's when everything comes together that we have these delays. And so I think we can commit, to good intentions here and the desire to make this happen quickly. I think it will be up to the government far more as to what the outcome will be, and it will also be other parties like TK14 and others as to what the timeframes eventually end up being. So happy to support it, to take the most sensible approach here and to play for time a little bit to see what that looks like. But I'm aware that these things do take time, and we're talking into the 2030s, and you can see why it's taken 20 odd years to get to this point.
Anybody else? Councillor Correct.
So the resolution is that it's reported back to the City Future Committee in the first quarter, which, from now, that could be 6 months away. And we hear how eager parties are to progress it. I personally would be happy to kick something off if we're confident that we had the agreement of the developers to compensate or reimburse the costs that would be wasted during that process. But we'll leave it as it is in terms of resolutions, which I would support. But if we can get some firm commitment, I can't see why we couldn't just kick it off in the meantime. And whatever opportunity comes up, just grab it, but it gets the ball rolling.
My 5 cents worth. I think the staff have indicated that they're not going to be sitting on their hands. They've got plenty of work to carry on with on this, so I don't think it's fully stalled. My other comment probably is in 2 or 3 months' time, 4 months' time, we come back and government still hasn't given us clear direction. What do we do then is probably my only concern. So, happy with a 4 or 5 month delay, but beyond that, we probably need to start making something solid happen. Deputy Mayor.
I think it's a good concern, and we do want to continue the progress because we do support the project. I wonder if that is an action that that if we haven't had confirmation as expected by this resolution by March, that we receive another paper to give us new options. Is that because I just don't, I don't want to find that we're in June and we haven't got anywhere yet.
I think that intent is actually in the report, but if definitely we're happy to add it as an action. Yeah. Okay, if there's no other Councillor Roseboom, do you want to round us up? Righto, I put the motion, long that it is. I won't read it. All those in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you. We now move on to 9.2, Harbour Drive Safety Improvement Options. And we've got the Dream Team, Karen and Mike back, I believe.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I'm going to take the report as read, just highlighting the collaboration with Mr. McCarty. So this report is in response to Mr. McCarty, the conversations with Mr. McCarty and the residents in looking at options to address the antisocial behaviour along Harbour Drive, as well as the narrow path that is too narrow to accommodate the number of users. So there's several options for council to consider, looking at a short-term option that we could deliver within the next 6 months, as well as an option for consideration in the annual plan or long-term plan process. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to open up questioning? Councillor Kurak, thank you.
So the existing path is too narrow, but in terms of people passing, from my recollection, it's fairly safe to go off the path onto the grass, and you know, if there is someone coming the opposite way. So is it a real safety issue at the moment?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the challenge is the angle parking at the moment. So at times the vehicles that park at an angle overhang the footpath. So there's limited space, and we have some of those gardens. So you're correct, it's not the conflict we have on a road where you're trying to share the traffic, but those are some of the challenges.
Thank you, Karen. Also, on that limited space for the people angle parking, some parts of that are quite wide and can accommodate those angle parking, and I personally know a whole lot of people park there, you know, front on to enjoy the vista. You've got Mowal, Matakana, the harbour. It's beautiful, and a lot of people enjoy that. So by putting big rocks in place and restricting that activity, isn't that really compromising, you know, an amenity that's enjoyed by many people currently? Is that a real risk here? Are we going to have an outcry by the community saying, well, why did you take away that? Because there's not that many places in Tauranga where you can do that. You know, lunchtime, you just pull in there, enjoy your lunch, enjoy the vista. So that's the question. What we are going to achieve here, ultimately, there might be some antisocial behaviour, which will be largely displaced, in my opinion, because that activity will just happen somewhere else around the corner in Maxwell's Road or up Corlin Park. You know, it's not going to go away.
The way we've sought to address the issue is changing the angle park to parallel parking. So there's about 100 car parks available, where people could still, and it is a trade-off, as you suggest, Councillor, you know, do we have that space for parking? In working with the residents, the opportunity exists to provide more green space for people to enjoy that area for picnicking and other, but also enabling that parking to remain. It is about what those trade-offs look like, and on balance, the outcomes potentially in addressing the antisocial behaviours and drug dealing is, the other opportunities to address that is limited, other than what's proposed.
Councillor Roseboom.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the report. Just a couple of points of clarification around the boulders. If they're put in place, are they going to be fixed? They're going to be pinned to the ground? They're not going to be borrowed for someone's garden feature?
Through you, Mr. Chair, they're relatively big boulders. You'd need something, a crane or something to pick them up. But no, they won't be pinned. And one of the opportunities is doing the interim solution helps inform the longer term. So they are able to be moved at a point, say, there's significant concern coming from the community, but they would be...
They're just going to sit there, yeah. Thank you very much. And the other one, point of clarification, is in recommendation D, you got endorses option 3. Does that refer to the one of the two charts? Because there's two charts later on and they've both got an option 3.
I beg your pardon. That option refers to, there were 4 options for the medium to long-term solution.
So it's the long-term plan, not the short-term?
It's not the short-term, that's correct.
Maybe that could have been a little bit clearer. Thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I had 3 questions. One is when you look at the is it NZTA guidance or whatever in terms of the width of the shared path. So this is not the short term, but the longer term. Would it normally be desirable to have a 4 metre shared path given the peak usage? But are we suggesting 3.5? Because of the constraints there. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct.
So could it still be wider where it can be wider, like to the 4 metre width, and then 3, like does that cause any problems to have it sort of 4 metres where it's optimal, going to 3.5, back to 4? Is that sort of a viable plan if we're happy to pay the minor amount extra?
We believe that, yes,
okay.
That is.
Second question is, given, and I say this in the context of a number of Otomotai people who have expressed concern about agrochemical use, and since we've brought the operations city ops into council, the usage of agrochemicals has increased massively. Will putting in these boulders and things require agrochemical use to manage them, or can it be done through the use of weed eaters, etc.? Because while we'll make one group of people happy, we will, I'm sure, I will get complaints from others around it, and I understand in that context that it's a long-standing issue from many Tauranga people who, by majority, have voted against, or voted to support council taking low agrochemical use options in the past.
Through you, Mr. Chair. We don't know the maintenance response that we need for those boulders yet, and we haven't really done the thinking in this report. Perhaps we could take an action to come back through the City Delivery Committee and just report on that, because I think there's a wider conversation that needs to be had around that the transport team shouldn't really lead.
No, I agree. I was sort of raising it, and I can see Barbara smiling because I've raised it with her before. So yeah, I'd love an action point on that, please. And then the third thing was.
Sorry, do you want me to respond to that?
Oh yeah, yes. Didn't want to put you on the spot, but.
Oh no, that's okay, and I'm happy to be corrected when we bring the action back. But I think what we're doing now, well, I know what we're doing now with city operations is we're monitoring and recording every single time we use chemicals. I don't think I know that we cannot give with any assurance that that was done previously. So I think it's a little bit of a leap to say we're using more. I don't think we know the answer to that, because we firmly believe that the reporting has improved, which will in the future give us a really good basis to understand what's actually happening, and then the cost of not using chemicals. So happy for that to come back as a report. I just wanted to clarify that, I guess the statement of assuming that because the numbers are more accurate now, that means we're using more.
Thank you for clarifying that. I really appreciate it, Barbara. And yeah, I guess my comment on it would be, it is probably I would see it as a fairly priority area not to use it if there is a good alternative. And then, yeah, my other question was regarding Councillor Kurak's point. It's something that has been raised with me by local residents as well, and indeed residents from outside of Otomotai who go there. And given the demand for spaces now on Beach Road and Coolum Park, I'm wondering if there is a possibility of providing a few angled parks along the wider area of the grass area between Coolum Ave and Coolum Park, not next to each other. I know part of the issue for local residents was they didn't want two cars to be parked next to each other, encouraging or enabling drug dealing to go on without observation. But I'm just thinking in the context, and you know more about this than me, of the location of our CCTV cameras, whether there could be a couple of places that maybe older residents in particular would get to know if they want to go and pull in there and look out at the view, they could still do that, but it wouldn't compromise either the short-term safety concerns or the long-term project.
There's a few considerations. In the longer term, provisioning of an extended path, so 3.5 metres, we can't do that and accommodate angle parking. So there is we could provision some angle parking at the moment and incorporate that with the Boulder solution at some key locations in the short term, and perhaps that would enable us to undertake a further consultation when the longer term option is developed, and we can present to council those community views and try and get a balanced solution if that's something you prefer.
Yeah, I think that's a good approach, and I'm thinking not many. I'm thinking, in my mind, I'm thinking if there could be a couple sort of spaced out with boulders or whatever, because I don't want to increase the cost and complexity, but I certainly think it would be interesting to see how well utilised it is. But I am also aware that many times you can go down there and there's no one parked there as well, so I don't want to put it out of that context. So yeah, that's a great suggestion.
Councillor Baker, I think you are next.
Kia ora, tēnā kōrua. My view, another good report, and clear to see that there's, this is in response, probably in the long-term plan stuff, but also in response to the community feedback that we've received. My question, again, touching back on the community response program, what's the rationale for approving the short-term options here and not having a part of that bigger discussion? What's the threshold and the differentiation between the community stuff and being as responsive as we are here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think this is, again, similar to the previous paper in that we received quite a strong reaction to an issue that's happening right now. And of course, at that point, we've got decisions as council about how we react. The easy reactions were taken around more police presence, trying to understand the demand, seeing if there was really a problem and consulting with the community. And then we reached into the toolbox, and then from that point onwards, the next response is a project like you're seeing in front of you. So this is a reaction to, so it's not a planned or prioritised project necessarily, but this is something that's happening right now. And I think if you remember the last meeting, we did pitch this as a project that is on the cusp, and it's that we talked about this, that was something that we as staff felt like we needed to address, because we had a project that was in the long term that was delayed, and then we had no ability to respond beyond that in the meantime, so we wanted to bring you back some options, and this is here we are. So in terms of the bigger picture around our program, this is something that we normally might do out of a maintenance budget or a quick response, but it's a bit bigger than that, and so we got caught again between something that we could react to quickly, and then something that we actually have to prepare to put in front of you as a project. So, and that's sort of the tail of the tape. It's inelegant.
Just follow-up questions. I'm supportive of it, and I hear what you're saying. I guess my desire is for a real balanced consideration and equality to be involved in these conversations. While reactionary is also responsive, which is cool, I do acknowledge that. Is that something that we need to do here to safeguard staff from being so reactionary, but really, I don't want to undermine it, but real purposeful and fair with how we respond to some of these community needs, because it's a rock and a hard place for you, I'd imagine.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's a great question. And in order to keep all of us safe, yes, we do need to go through principles by which we react and to what level and how we do balance up those needs, and we're not there yet. And our team's quite keen to have that conversation with you going into this annual plan to make sure that we're within guide rails and handrails that you create for us. And then we know the process of bringing this to you, and it sort of forms an orderly queue, if you like, and what information is required. So we would like to do that through the next city delivery meeting, and then the annual plan process as well as an introductory sort of way of dealing with these things.
Yeah, because I don't want us to set a scary precedent where the community just has to be a certain level of loud and then we react. And the AP seems probably a bit far away and gives too much time for us to be able to, or for people to orchestrate that kind of response. But if something's coming for us to consider via principles in the next meeting, then that's very proactive.
I just want to unpack that a little bit further. I had similar questions, and I do recall when they came here, we were talking about the safety concerns were top of list, and I look at item C, which seems to address those as they spoke to us. I have concerns where item D seems to have a lot of stuff in there that, given the previous group that attended the annual plan and presented there, should that stuff go back to someone having an annual plan submission that actually requests those, or is that something that's been in the system prior that we don't know about? I agree with what Councillor Baker's saying. I just wonder how we've ended up with this $2.3 million on D for what started out as safety concerns.
Mr. Chair, Harbour Drive has been in the long-term plan for quite a number of years, and then as a change in government priorities, that was pushed out into future years. So it was part of looking for a solution around addressing the safety issues, and the submitters, all the residents, had also raised the issue with the narrow path. So it's seeking to provide a holistic response to two potential issues, the reactionary work, as well as what this longer term looked like for future years.
Thank you. Councillor Shuley, I think you were next.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Not Mayor. Chair, Mayor. Yeah, sorry. Just a couple of questions, and I just sort of picking up a bit on Councillor Kurak. Just in terms of the, if we fix this, which obviously we're concerned about doing, do we just push antisocial behaviour? And you mentioned about the police presence. Have you had any, there has been increased police surveillance? Can you just give us any information on how effective that has been, or do you not know?
Through you, Chair. No, we don't know, hand on heart, but there has been increased activity there in terms of the police have turned up and been present on the road. How often they've done that since we've last checked, we don't know. We can't put in front of you, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and I suppose the reason from that is, if, for example, that has created a material change in the behaviour, and it's, or is it still as bad? So that's why it would be good to know. I think some nodding in the background there. Maybe it still is as bad. Okay, good to hear. I mean, not good to hear, but good to clarify. And then I suppose the question asking around that in terms of what, there's the boulders and then there's the changing of the parking. What is the most effective way to change that behaviour? Is it the fact that you park sideways? Is it the fact that you put a boulder up to stop someone going up on the berm?
Through you, Mr. Chair, achieves both of those things, we believe. The reason is that with the angle parking, you have the drug dealing and passing through window issue and a whole lot of other things occurring. The secondary issue is that vehicles are using that space to undertake burnouts and rip up the grass. So by having the parking parallel addresses is intended to address both the issue with using the berm as a donut place, I can't think of another word, I'm sorry, as well as trying to address the antisocial behaviour.
So, I mean, yeah, it's because we're sort of acting a bit like community constables, aren't we? And I certainly do hope that the police are, if there is illegal behaviour, you know, there's a whole another layer of, you know, community policing that obviously is really critical for that area. It's not something that we want, full stop. The last question around the boulders, would they, money we spend obviously to you know, to take them out, will they be part of, can they be part of the long-term solution, or are they only short-term?
The boulders can be used. If I may just step back a moment, we're using the same principle design as what's been used in further up in Beach Road, and so it's got the same look and feel. The value of the boulders is they can be reused elsewhere in the city and will be reused as part of the, if council agrees or wishes to progress the longer term proposal.
So never a sunk cost?
No.
Councillor Correct.
Thank you. Just find the page. So in the resolutions we have in Resolution F, if funding is confirmed, then engagement with the local community. So why are we limiting it to the local community when, as I raised before, the issue around people using that to Angle Park and enjoy the amenity of that area, they will be impacted, and that's a section of the community that won't be consulted with. So is there any potential to widen that consultation to include the wider community and pick up any people that would be affected by that, and probably get a bit shirty if they weren't, and they just went there one lunchtime to enjoy their lunch and discovered that, uh-oh, no, I've got to park Angle, which they wouldn't enjoy. They'd go elsewhere. Perhaps they could go Coolum Park. If it's not quite the same, you haven't got that open vista of that. That amenity is quite precious, I think. So could we look at, you know, a wider consultation?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. So in terms of the, and if I may clarify, the recommendation is associated with the medium to long-term solution. For the very short-term now solution, we would take your guidance or direction in terms of that consultation. This was particularly around acknowledging your point through for the longer term to help inform that design. We could do the wider consultation, definitely.
And just in addition to that, if we have other consultation that's perhaps going on in the same area at different times, then we can group it. So there is opportunities to be clever about widening that conversation. It's definitely action that we can make sure it's part of the deal.
Mr. Mayor.
I'm just interested around this pathway that we're potentially considering in the longer term. Is that just the Harbour Drive, or is that longer than just the Harbour Drive? And do we know what sort of how long that is that we're considering that upgrade? Like how long that path is?
So the path is 890 metres, and I beg your pardon, Mr. Chair, Ms. Mahi, that your other question was, sorry.
Oh, that's what I was really asking, how long that was. Sorry.
Following up on the Mayor's question then, which I think he was getting at also, is like that's part of a longer piece. Perhaps you could just clarify. So this is 890 metres. There's another distance which has to sort of fill in the gap that's completing the coastal shared pathway, and I think that's maybe what the context for it.
Sorry, the 2.3 million we're talking, does that just cover the 890 metres, or is that a bigger area?
That is for traffic calming, but particularly to completing the network on Harbour Drive, including the risk allowance, traffic calming measures, and some amenity improvements.
We haven't got there yet, mate. No. getting a little bit ahead of yourself. Councillor Shortland.
Thank you. Just following on the path, just a quick, is the path as it is now as a footpath performing its function pretty well?
Unfortunately, that is below the minimum standard.
So the
It's
footpath-
between, yeah, 4 footpath widths. The footpath, we would approach 1.8 as an absolute minimum. This is between 1.2 and 1.4 metres. So it's significantly less than that.
I suppose I just asked that. There's been some safety improvements done in Bethlehem recently, and well, people are generally quite happy. They were pretty annoyed that a perfectly good path was ripped up and replaced, and sort of that whole context of, you know, if you can, for example, if that was an okay as a footpath, and if there was a cycleway solution, is there enough room to create that, you know, a few metres away and leave what's there, so we don't just rip stuff up for the sake of it. I suppose that's one thing that we really hope has been considered.
Righto, have we got questions? Righto, we'll move on. Thank you, team. I'm going to make a suggestion that potentially when moving this, we remove D from this, because E talks about it going to the long-term plan for discussion. And I think that's probably a better forum for us to actually get into the detail of that particular $2.3 million. Whereas the immediate thing we're trying to fix is taken care of in item C, $35,000 to $38,000 to address these safety concerns. So I'd be happy to move that if everyone's sort of on the same. I'm saying remove it altogether from this particular one, and then obviously it would come back to the annual plan.
I'd suggest we would probably take out F as well, because we're not approving the funding, but...
Yep, happy with that.
Yeah. I'm happy to second if you'll move that.
If we don't confirm the funding for the short term, like,
I'm
are
happy
we
with
saying-
C's
but,
happy.
no, but I'm saying, but we want to engage, was Councillor Kurak was suggesting. I'm just wanting to make sure we don't get tangled up in a resolution. I guess my personal view is it would also be useful to signal what we're wanting to do under E, as the Deputy Mayor suggested, if you're open to that. But
Sorry, it's as per what's on the screen at the moment.
So to clarify, does that mean it's do C and have no engagement with the community? Just do it. Yeah.
By removing F, it's sort of taken that out, hasn't it? So you're happy that... Okay, so obviously coming to annual plan, everyone will have a chance to have a say. Righto, I'm happy to move it and stand aside for the Mayor to start.
Yeah, look, I think what we're doing here is we've got a real issue that we need to solve, and what we're doing is we've found a solution to solve it. You know, this is a low-cost option, which solves most of the issues. We don't solve the path, and you know, this is a big expense. I don't support 2.3 million for an 890 metre path. That's not good value for money, so you know, we need to look at much better options around that. But you know, if we go and consult on this, it'll cost us more to consult than probably it will to actually do it. We've heard there's a problem. I don't understand, you know, what feedback we're going to, you know, what are we actually going to change? You know, if the feedback is that, you know, people can't look at the vista, well, we can we can move a couple of boulders from side to side and open it up potentially, but then that potentially gives everyone a way onto the grass that then they can go and do burnouts. So, yeah, I think this is compared to what other things we've discussed. There's some things that are worthy of consultation. We've heard very loud and clearly from the local residents we need to fix the problem. We've come up with a solution that fixes the problem, which is supported by most of that community. It matches, the other what we've just heard around Beach Road and the landscaping we've done there. So, yeah, in this case, I'm not sure this is a big decision that we're going to put it in and get an outcry from our community on it. And it's just putting it into perspective and scale, and on the 2.3 million and what we do with a path and all that sort of thing, absolutely, let's go and consult on it. But this part I think we just get done and do it without any further delay. We can probably have it done by the end of November, but if we won't be doing it this summer if we wait around to consult.
Thank you. Councillor Baker.
Kia ora, yeah, I concur with the Mayor's kōrero, and I appreciate the honesty that our staff provided with the responses to the questions, and welcome our discussion in the next meeting and leading into the annual plan around some of that framework and principles to guide some of these, the community response program, as well as some of these reactionary requests.
Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, I agree. I think if we can solve this problem that's right in front of us now through the positioning of boulders and the other measure parking, and that there in association with the police having a continued heightened scrutiny of the area, if that can alleviate the problem that's in front of us, and then the idea around the broader path and what happens to that area in terms of its beautification and improvement, that can be a different discussion.
Councillor Correct.
I won't support it. I think we're quite significantly compromising a public benefit here to favour and give enhancement to a private amenity for the residents along there. I think we need to give it some more thought. The antisocial behaviour will just be displaced somewhere else. That's absolutely indisputable, I think. And where that goes to, I'm not sure, but it will end up somewhere. I can't support it.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I've quite a problem with our changes that we've made. I'm thinking whether to support it or not. I'll probably signal an amendment as I look through. I guess one of the issues is I don't really feel comfortable supporting a resolution that doesn't clarify whether we want the hit sticks or the various things. And option 3 clarifies all that stuff and puts the 35 to 38k detail in there. So I don't really understand what the problem with that is. I don't understand why, after all the work that the council has done over the years, why we're now not wanting to signal what has already been signalled before. And to the previous people from the public forum, as they were leaving, they were sort of emphasising that all this stuff is in the Ōtōmotai spatial plan. And I just can't understand why we don't have the rest of D in there as well. And I also, I can say already proactively there are a number of people in the community who have raised exactly the issue that Councillor Correct has. So it's not a sort of a theoretical thing, it's something that I'm dealing with, where people are concerned about that and we're seemingly dismissing it. This is exactly where this council gets into problem, is not listening to our community. And it doesn't mean we have to go to knee-jerk reactions. I think, to be honest, Councillor Correct, maybe yours is knee-jerk as well, but I think the changes that we made are knee-jerk. I really don't understand where this is going off the rails. We need to have level heads, go through this, put what was there, in my view, happy to amend the changes. So I'll propose an amendment that we reinstate D, endorses option 3 as the preferred option, full stop. and then to put
Councillor
under...
Crowther, I've just been told you're doing a direct negative. Which is
Why?
You're reintroducing.
Oh, okay. Well then, I don't think I can support it, because I think I'm going to cop a lot of flack from this, and I do not support what we're doing.
Hang on, it wasn't actually originally moved, so we're probably okay. Yep, carry on.
Right, okay. So I'd like to put that to endorse option 3 as the preferred option, to put 1D, 1, 2 and 3 under E, as the Deputy Mayor had initially suggested, with some wording at the start that says, indicates, the following. I'm trying to think of the right words. The following features to be included in this project development, or something along those lines. If someone can wordsmith it, but I think we've sort of moved away from what staff thought was the best option. I'm very supportive of what staff want, but I think that needs to be there, and I think we need to have F in there. So I'd like to include in my amendment that F, which can be engagement with local community. And I think we need to give the staff the benefit of the doubt that they will actually understand what we're trying to do here and actually go to the appropriate parts of our community, and just keep it simple, engagement with the local community before implementing this. And so I know it's a clumsy way of doing an amendment, but I hadn't realised I was going to be needing to. So well done to Caroline if she's managed to get that. Yeah, thank you. So that's my amendment. If there's a seconder, I can speak further to it.
Can I just suggest, rather than endorses, we say consults on option 3 as the preferred option, and then you've got all of those there being consulted on.
Sorry, can I just make a comment? As the mover, I think it's that word endorses that drove me to take this out, thinking that we would be bringing... I wasn't saying I didn't like the idea. To me, it was more about putting it in the annual plan where it would get a full hearing with the detail. The endorses word, I think, to Deputy Mayor's point, is what drove me to take it out in the first place.
I guess, is it appropriate to respond? Like, just saying it was a question initially. I mean, to me, option 3, I want to endorse it, so I'd like it because it says installation of large boulders, change to parallel parking. The cost is 35 to 38,000. I'd like it to be done, implemented, to address the concerns of many of those localised people in that community, so that something actually gets done. I don't know why we don't want to endorse it. The movement of numbers 1, 2 and 3.
That's item C.
But 1, 2 and 3 relate to E. So I'd encourage you to read options 3.
What's B mean?
But I'm just saying I would like it to be not, as I said in my amendment, and I can speak to it further when the time. Maybe I'll speak to it if this gets a seconder.
Do we have a seconder? Can we just have a look at the amendment, please? So that's basically going back to where we were in the paper. Do we have it? So Councillor Crowther's moving that amendment. Do we have a seconder?
Just to be clear, I'm moving 1, 2 and 3 under... Hold on.
Sorry. Have we not got that right?
No, we've not got that right. Under E, with the precursor words and the change of words that I suggested.
Sorry, I'm confused. Can you be a bit more?
I encourage you to read what option 3 is, then it might make sense.
Right, I'm happy to adjourn for 5 minutes if you want to tangle this, and we'll just have a little bit of a break, and we'll come back at 12:35. Everybody, we have an adjusted amendment by Councillor Crowther with rewording up on the screen. Given the context of that and the content, I'm happy to be the seconder. Can I do that?
Yeah, you can see the amendment. Yeah.
Do you want to speak?
I think this will help to clarify. There are two option threes. I think we need to actually endorse option 3 from table 2. Thank you to the staff for the clarification in the break to make sure we got the wording right. And I think this will help to appease some of the concerns. I will stress that I think the staff, I'm sure, would have got the message around the need to do not a full consultation process with significant cost, but a targeted engagement that addresses the issues that Councillor Kurak and I have raised that are beyond just the immediate concerns of the local residents, but that still do not compromise the overall impact of the project to deliver safety and other improvements in this part of the community.
As seconder, I'm happy to add this to it. I think it does what I thought was going to happen anyway, that it would go back to the annual plan discussion, and it's also taken out the $2.3 million from the previous amendment to this. Do we have any further discussion? This is discussion on the amendment.
Yeah. I don't support the amendment, and the reason is exactly as we discussed before. We're setting an expectation with our community before we've gone to an annual plan process and decided to fund it. So we're saying here that we are effectively endorsing that we're going to build a 3.5 to 4 metre path, but we're not funding it, so we may or may not. And I think this is a very dangerous precedent to actually, talk about things. I think this is done very poorly, comparatively to the other things that we discussed. We said, okay, we're committing to building a pathway along the golf course, and therefore, we're not saying, oh, we might do this and we're going to go and go out. We're actually saying yes, we are or we aren't. So if we're prepared to put money towards this and fund it, then I think that's reasonable. If we're not going to put any money towards it and we might do this, we're setting a very dangerous expectation, because until we actually look at the annual plan, I think it's it's a pretty poor precedent to set, and I don't believe it's very good governance to actually talk about stuff that we may approve further in the future. So I'm very comfortable about doing the short-term things. I think that makes a lot of sense. But to say that we'll consider option 3 in the annual plan in future, that's fine. But this, you're actually saying we're going to replace the path. We're going to build a 3.5 to 4 metre long length. We're going to include 32 parallel parks and picnic tables, and we're going to do additional planting. So I think that's the decision with this amendment. If you support it, you're going to fund it. If you're not going to fund it, then I don't think we should support it.
Is that correct? Because in E, it is, the term is to be considered.
Sorry, Councillor Crowther might want to say, but to my way of thinking, we aren't committing any money. We've previously, this has been in the long-term plan, I think someone said earlier. So essentially it's coming back for consideration at the annual plan.
That it's absolutely was the intention that it's there. It was consulted on in the as part of the Otomotai spatial plan. It was consulted on in another process before that some years ago. It's just been one of those things, just like so many things on this council. There is just a massive list of capital projects. This is just another one. All it's doing is signalling in response to the recent requests that went into the annual plan process through verbal submissions to me, which I didn't handle the appropriate way, should have made it more formalised, and then through the follow-up, through public forum that this is sort of signalling a response to them, which is not changing anything, as I understand it, of any substance in the overarching plan, but it's signalling to them also that there's no commitment because it has to go through the deliberation. So that was my thinking around it. And I do note that oh yeah, right, you've got the engagement. Thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Chair. We discussed yesterday around our table that we need, because we're going to be looking at the annual plan for 26-27, but we haven't yet decided what 26-27 looks like. We haven't decided what rates increase we might have an appetite for. We don't know how many of these such projects are out there. I absolutely think it's a good idea, but I do back the Mayor's suggestion that process isn't great to be picking off one project or another and saying we are noting it, but noting with quite a lot of detail. So I just think I'm not happy with the process that we are signalling. This is more than signalling. Signalling has already been done in the paper. I would like to think that our process for 26-27 spend and beyond is consistent and standardised. It's not, we don't want to find next March we say, oh yeah, but that was considered in October, oh that one was considered in November, oh we went a bit further with this one. So I can't support this amendment either, because the process to me is not good governance. I think we should be recognising when we make decisions for the funds that are available in a certain amount of time, and this is not when we should be doing that.
Righto, conscious of time, anyone got anything else to add that we haven't already discussed? Councillor Couric.
I think just on that, this is not off the hoof. It's just suggesting that it be considered through a later process. But could we put C separately when you put the resolutions? Could you put C separately? Because I'd like to vote against that.
Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, in principle, I understand what Councillor Krause is trying to achieve, but I suppose the confusion we're creating here is that the paper fundamentally is about addressing some serious concerns the community have around antisocial behaviour, and then by adding an E, and these are things that we're actually acknowledging haven't been part of a planned process up till now, but we would like to do something about it immediately. Then by adding E in, we start to get the confusion around potentially what some members of the public might think are nice to haves, picnic tables, additional planting, boardwalk. If it was just around the fact that traffic calming measures are the other way that we could address some significant safety concerns of that community, but different. But as it stands, I think it just broadens and takes away from what we're actually trying to achieve today.
Righto, thank you. We'll wrap it up there. I'm going to do this motion in pieces, so we'll start with C. We have all those in favour of the amendment, which essentially is adding the 3, table 1 in brackets, after option to what we already have in the original motion. So all those in favour? No. Against? That's carried. Sorry, record Councillor Couric, Councillor Roseboom has been against. No, he's for. This is Councillor Roseboom. So that C is carried with the amendment. We move on to Amendment E. I ask all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Okay. The motion is lost, so do we need to have that recorded? On division. So 4 was Councillor Crowther, Councillor Taylor. I had 2 because I moved it. No, second it. And everybody else was against. Yep. I do actually support it. And then item F, all those in favour? Aye. Against? Okay, that one's also defeated. So if we move back to the substantive. Okay, if we can move back to the substantive motion. So we have to change C. We might just want to. Okay. Everyone's happy that that's where we've ended up? Righto, are there any further discussion? No? Put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Councillor Kurak? Opposed? And Councillor Crowther abstaining. So that motion is carried. Thank you. We move on to item 9.3, Commercial Activities and Council's Facility Policy Review. And we've got Ross and Sandy to present on this.
Should we start? Right. So the Council's commercial activities and council facilities policy was developed following some public concerns about the Council operating commercial activities that were seen to be in direct competition with the private sector. So the policy was put in place to provide a framework to inform decision making on whether the Council will be involved in commercial activities. So as a framework policy, it sets out 4 key factors that will be considered. So these include financial, strategic, any consideration of competition issues, and also consideration as to whether the Council or CCO will deliver the activity. So since the policy was adopted almost 15 years ago, it hasn't had a review, so we undertook a review of it. And during the review process, the feedback was that the policy isn't being used, and also the operation of key, recreational community activities, as well as the commercial activities that are associated with those facilities, are now operated by BBL, who've also developed their own local competition policy in 2022 with input from council staff. So the recommendation is for the committee to rescind this policy. So we'll just take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Arthur.
Council still owns some property. By removing this, then that wouldn't apply to that property. Is that correct? I think it's building over there.
Bay Court?
Bay Court.
That's a community facility, so this is just for commercial. This is decision making around whether we were involved in a commercial activity.
I get a bit confused about this commercial activities that's inside and outside of buildings, isn't it, of council buildings?
This is commercial activities within council, well, previously council-owned facilities, which are now, so initially the issue came up about the gym at Bay Wave, which is now operated by BBL. So it would be in relation to community facilities that might have a commercial activity associated with it.
Just a couple other questions. When, under the significance and engagement policy, when it is considered to be a low significance, does that mean there is no targeted consultation?
Depending on do you mean actually for commercial activities?
Yeah, when you mark it as low significance, it doesn't require targeted consultation? Like, I see you went to staff and I think in mainstream users, but you didn't go outside of that to other people who may be using it or
Sorry, Alf, can I just clarify, are you talking about the rescinding recommendation or the actual use of the
yeah,
policy?
I just wanted to get clarification on that because the commercial use of these facilities, I think, is quite important to the community. Why there was it wasn't used or anything, I'm not sure why that is.
Yeah, so there's various commercial activities that associated with council. Some are on council land or facilities that are on council land, so that's under the scope of the use of council land policy, which is also under review. So this policy, which is about new commercial activities in council facilities, it's not one that it applies to all these commercial activities that were of interest when the discussions took place.
Yes.
So we will be engaging, and we have been engaging with other stakeholders for the use of council land policy that does cover a lot of commercial activities.
The other thing too is that I noticed it came under, what is it? An inclusive city, which would mean other minority groups who might use that facility. That's why I was asking about targeting consultation with other minority groups about their access.
So I guess that depends on the actual facility you're talking about. So as I mentioned, a lot of the commercial activities that came up during the discussions were actually those that are covered under the use of council land. So that's where the public have access to land that they undertake all types of activities and uses for. But this isn't the policy that covers that type of activity. So for those other types, we are engaging with a range of stakeholders.
You mentioned that Bay Venues Limited has got their own policies, but the council still advises, as a CCO, advises them on what they should include in their policies as well, is correct? I guess my concern is about the equity issues, to ensure that other minority groups do have access. They fully understand the process about how they can sort of apply for commercial use or take those opportunities.
Barbara, do you want to add to that?
I think Sandy's probably answered it. Well, I hope she's answered it for you. So the majority of our facilities that would have something commercial in them, like the Bay Wave gym or something like that, is controlled by BVL. So there'd only be a very few properties that this policy would oversee. So I think that the team have recommended that it's a surplus policy. It's something that if we were going to have a commercial activity in a council building, it would be a new building like this building when you've got a commercial activity within it, and it would be established at that time. And when you're looking at thinking about minority groups or any group wanting to participate in that would be a reasonably transparent process at that stage. Ross, is that covered? Is there anything else you wanted to add to that?
Can I just, because it's become quite a public thing, we talk about the restaurant downstairs, would this policy have been used to address that coming into play?
I would hope so. I wasn't involved. Christine, were you involved in that?
No, and I think this is slightly different because this is not our owned building. It's we lease this building, so it's slightly different.
It's a sublease.
It is a sublease, but it is a sort of different situation from a council-owned building where we're providing general public services like BVL or something else. So it is sort of related, but not quite as specific as how the policy was drafted. So a cafe in the new library would be relevant because is a council-owned facility where you're providing public services. So yes. Yeah.
So without this policy, what would be the process?
You would probably have a conversation with the council of the day and seek some direction. It's a policy that doesn't get a lot of use, and so if we look at, we're really trying to have policies that are relevant and meaningful, so they don't just sit there on the shelf. And you can deal. The idea of a policy is that the overall concept of a policy is when things happen on a repeated basis, there is a really clear direction from council, so staff can have an answer and know what to do in those circumstances when they repeat. What we're saying with this policy is actually over the last 5 to 10 years there's been very little repeat use of it, and so therefore it doesn't need a policy. It could just get dealt with on a case-by-case basis as matters can come to you. So that's really what we're suggesting. It doesn't need to sit there.
Yeah. Wouldn't you want to avoid those case-by-case situations? It's better to have a policy. Maybe that's why it may not appear to have been used, because it actually works really well.
Yep. I think we'll just redirect back to questioning and then we'll come back to so Councillor Baker.
Tēnā kōrua. So would a true or false, or yes or no, would a consequence of rescinding this policy allow then for a community or sports group who leases one of our facilities to then sublease for commercial gain?
This policy wouldn't apply now in that situation.
Okay.
Yeah. So that would be, again, the use of council land policy would be the mechanism, the artefact that provides council's position in that regard.
Yeah. Mayor Drysdale.
Yeah, I guess I've just, if you look through this policy and actually read it, my understanding, really is it's saying if we were to lease council or subsidise ourselves or lease it to someone at a below market rate, that then they competed with the private sector, that's actually unfair. That's what I look at the intent. So, my understanding is that because we subleased the cafe downstairs at market rates, then we're not disadvantaging, that's a commercial enterprise, so it wouldn't actually apply. I don't know, that's my reading. I just, from staff's perspective, is that correct? It's more like if we've got a community facility and we say to someone, you can have it for $50 a square metre when market rate's $2.50, then they have an unfair advantage. So that's what we're trying to stop with this policy.
Yes, correct. And also in those very few circumstances where we, or more likely Bay Venues, actually operate a facility like a gym that is potentially in competition with other market players, right? So it's not necessarily about us leasing, it's also about those very few circumstances where we might also be operating in a commercial space or quasi-commercial space. And that really is why Bay Venues then have developed their own policy, which previous councils and council staff have input to ensure that is done in particular ways that council is comfortable with. And my understanding and suggestion is that the governance process over Bay Venues, the letter of expectations process, and then their statement of intent provides a mechanism through which council can provide a position in respect of their policy in that regard.
Councillor Correct.
Just further clarification around reference to this building not being council owned. But in terms of the policy, the wording is council facilities. It doesn't specify whether it's owned by council or leased by council. It's a council facility. One could argue that Baywave and Bay Park are council facilities too. So no differentiation. So I'm sort of tending towards not supporting the removal of this policy. I think it could be quite helpful. There's no real disbenefit or around having it. So you know,
Sorry, Rick, have you got a
tell me what
question?
the real aim is of removal of the policy. I understand it's been sitting around on the shelf and not being used, but what's the net cost of retaining it? What would be the cost, both financial and otherwise?
I'll lean on Sandy in a moment, but I mean, just a general comment, I guess the cost of retaining it. Apologies. Yeah, I would assume that the costs of retaining it are low. What I would say is there's an opportunity, as Christine's alluded to, that we're trying to take as an organisation to simplify and rationalise the number of policies that we've got so that they are relevant. So I think potentially if there are components of this policy or its salient purpose that you wish to retain, that could be incorporated through the use of council land policy rather than as a standalone policy. But if you wish to retain it, then obviously you can retain it. I don't know if you want to add to that, Sandy.
Yeah, so the use of council land policy does provide guidance and framework around what we will consider when we're looking at commercial lease, well, all sorts of leases, but including commercial ones. So that's provided now, the framework for it, which is a policy that's much newer, much more up to date. It's 2022, which we're also updating at the moment. So looking at the types of commercial activities we have, a lot of them are provided by a third-party leaseholder, which is now covered in the use of council land. They're not directly operated by the council. And that those that are operated by BVL have got their own policy, as Ross had mentioned. So we've got a policy in place that actually covers third-party operated commercial activities.
Is it well, what is the mechanism by which we could amend this policy and collaborate with our CCOs to have one policy on this that covers council, bay venues and the art gallery, so that there is a consistency, there's a clear policy and there's a consistency across all the organisations? What would we have to do to enable that to happen?
I was just looking at Christine, and I suppose the obvious mechanism would be to retain and amend this one. The alternative would be to try and incorporate in some sensible way that within the use of council land policy, maybe with some signposting to additional documentation that's particularly pertinent to bay venues, for example, their own policy.
I think we need to go back to what we're trying to do overarching. We're trying to be more efficient and have less paperwork that doesn't really add value. So I think you'd be trying to put a section into the use of council land policy if you wanted to, and as Ross says, and then cross-reference some other stuff. And it comes back to, is there a real problem that we're trying to fix? And what we're saying is actually, for this, there hasn't really been a real problem for quite a number of years. It all runs smoothly. This was created when BVL early came into existence. There was a lot of tension among users about competition, all of those things. We haven't heard anything about that for a long time. And so we're saying it's sort of got past its use by date. There's not a strong demand for it. And it is about just trying to streamline things. But if you think it's important, then you could add it to the most efficient place to do it would be to add it into the use of council land policy as a separate section in there, and remove this one. But it's neither, you know, it is just about trying to clean up and tidy up and reduce process for sake of process.
Because Councillor Schuler.
I just suppose, just to get clarity, I think, Barbara, you mentioned it's surplus, so, and just in some of the discussions, you're confident that what's in place with the other policy effectively, that, you know, deems this redundant? And like you say, it hasn't been used as one side, but are there elements of it that are not covered and that, you know, potentially we should be looking at safeguarding or protecting or
I'm confident that at the time of writing the policy or the recommending that we rescind this policy and then updating other policies, as Sandy's referred to, that we'll be as up to date as we can to cover the issues we know about today. I think as staff, we have always got the opportunity, if something comes up that's a bit left field and isn't covered by a policy, this is the place to bring it. So like, I don't have any problem at all with the recommendation the planning team have made to rescind this one, because it is covered. If there's anything left field, this is where we bring it. So I think we've got things covered.
So you're confident it's redundant, effectively?
Councillor Scoulon.
Thank you, Chair. I just note in the executive summary that this was developed following some public concerns about council operating commercial activities that compete with the private sector. I have definitely had that raised. When we were coming here and we were trying to talk about having the city centre more vibrant and 600 people every day in this building, I went to the cafes down the street and they were excited that that was going to make a difference. I went to them another month later and said, did you know that the council building, the council facility, was going to have a cafe underneath, to which they were astonished to hear that they hadn't heard about that and they weren't happy about it. So we've also questioned the art gallery having a cafe and a bar potentially. We've questioned the museum also having a cafe. We've questioned Bay Venues extending their activities to commercial activities outside of Tauranga or outside the Bay of Plenty. So I certainly am hearing real concern from the community about the things that this report talks about, the reason for this policy. So to me, this is, if we were doing a review of all policies, and it is on my list to actually do that, and this was one of the things we were reviewing, and it was a recommendation to rescind because these things were being put in place, I'd be comfortable. But we've talked about whether we can have a use of council land policy, but it's actually council facilities we're talking about. So in terms of the question, when you say that the executive summary talks about public concern on council operating commercial activities that compete with the private sector, can you confirm that there's been no concerns raised with you as staff over the last 5 years about the use of council facilities being used for commercial premises, for commercial activity?
I haven't personally received...
BDL and the use of technical equipment,
I haven't personally
cafes.
received those, but I've been in different roles over that period of time, so it wouldn't be... I wouldn't want to comment generally on whether staff have or haven't.
So the commercial activities that were raised of concern are under the use of council land. I know it doesn't sound quite like a facility, but because it's covered under leases. So there's a section in the use of council land policy that includes provisions around leases and what's taken into consideration. It has high-level principles. So that is the framework that informs leases of commercial activities. And my understanding from the operation team is that they do consider competition issues. So when we were looking at this review, one of the considerations was whether we make that much more explicit in the use of council land policy. So we could do that in the use of council land policy to make sure that there is the concern about competition is very explicitly stated in that policy when we're looking at leases, because that's a lot of the times it was around leasing to a third party.
Can I just add something else? Going back to my comment about anything that's outside of policy, those decisions, Deputy Mayor, that you've specifically put on the table, yes, I've heard those specific ones, but also acknowledging that was a council decision of the day. So that what was included in those buildings was a council decision of the day, not this council, previous council. So it was something considered by the council at that time.
Mayor Drysdale.
I just want to clarify, though, us leasing the cafe downstairs would not fall under this policy, because it was, if we ran that cafe, then it would. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So having a cafe in the art gallery, unless we're running it, this policy wouldn't apply anyway. So.
Commercial activities in council facilities policy.
Yeah, but if you read the policy, it's about council running a commercial activity.
Can I just round this up? Are there any further questions for staff before we either put or not the motion? If not, Mr Mayor, you are going to move. Are you still happy to do that? Do we have a seconder? Councillor Schuler, thank you. Righto, do you want to...
Yeah, look, reading through this policy, I don't see where it really adds any value. So therefore, streamlining and efficiency, I'm very happy to support it. As we've heard, it's not being used, and if you do read through it, it seems, because commercial activity is defined as a service which could reasonably be provided by the private sector on a commercially viable basis. So unless we're running it, I don't think we fit into the definition of commercial activity. If a commercial entity is is private sector and is running that service, then that doesn't fit into the definition. So I think rescinding it makes sense.
Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, I think it was good to get clarification from staff just exactly what we are dealing with here, and there are obviously some initial concerns, and we've had them about what's happened here in this building with the cafe below. But following on from what the Mayor said, I think the process, the policy that we have in place with the land covers this. This is now redundant. If there are any things that do happen in the future that could arise, they'll come to this table for this Council of the Day to consider. So I'm happy to support.
Councillor Crowther.
I don't support this for reasons that have been outlined by the Deputy Mayor and others, because it has been a bit of a live issue within the last 5 years. Before I was an elected member, and was raised a number of times with me around the lack of following this policy from decisions made by council, allegedly, and then since we've come on board, we've heard a number of complaints around what we're doing in regards to these activities. I think I strongly support what Arthur has said about the potential of what could happen if we don't have a policy. And I note that in the report, I mean, to me, I'd have to say, I understand how difficult it is to produce a report, and there's always time pressures, but to say that there are no advantages of the status quo, I mean, to me, it's bleeding obvious there, because it says the disadvantage of rescinding it is that without a policy, council would rely on case-by-case decisions, which may create uncertainty and inconsistent decisions. That's the allegation from members of our community. I think the problem is we haven't been following the policy consistently, but whether or not that's the case, I think we need to make sure we have the right policy. I think it needs to be consistent with BBL, and it needs to be consistent with the art gallery. And when I read the policy, unless someone can point out why it doesn't apply in this building, like I've read it, I think it applies because it all depends on how you define certain words in there. And if it doesn't apply, it should apply, because it's precisely what the intention of the policy was at the time. Having talked to previous councillors, including 2019-20 elected members, that this has come up as a significant issue for them. And the previous council, it came up with them, and I'll let Councillor Kurak speak if he wishes to about any of that. But to me, we have virtually, we're told there's virtually no cost of keeping it. I don't understand what a problem is. It's probably virtual paper. It's not even real paper, but it gives us a starting point. And I would prefer to head in the other direction and actually have a policy that doesn't apply just to land, but applies to facilities that the council or the CCOs own, and to me that'd be my favourite approach to this.
Councillor Kurak.
Just reading through the document, the policy, I can't find an issue with retaining it. As a guiding document in terms of guiding principles, I think it's helpful when moving forward. And even when we look at leasing space in a council facility, particularly when that space could be subsidised to help, activate an area or achieve an outcome. In terms of getting more support in the council facility, looking at Baywave, if you attach a gym, and that gym could give a package where the user of the gym can swim in the pool. It's scratching each other's back. What's the term? It's synergy within that operation. So it's not that clear cut, and so I'm tending to not support the current motion and actually retain that policy because it could be helpful.
Arthur.
I support the idea of rescinding legacy policies, but not until we're certain that the intent that this policy was there is in the replacement policies, yeah? Because people had serious concerns when this policy was drafted, and once this policy came in, we haven't had that problem. Removing it can reawaken all those concerns again. And I think perhaps what we should do is just defer making that decision about rescinding until we see that Bay Venues policy is in line with the intent of this policy, or that we have another policy in place that brings it up to date.
Further discussion? My 10 cents worth, I think this is a live issue. It's been mentioned to me on a number of occasions, and there's a little bit of confusion around the specific wording of the policies we're talking about here, but I think the general intent that I get talked to about is council competing with commercial operators in the city, and we have to be very, very clear on that. I think we have to be very clear for our CCOs that they also have good guidance from us on what we're expecting there. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure I support rescinding this, but I think we definitely have to have a review of what this means for our decisions going forward. So I'll probably support this, but it would be on the understanding that we really look hard at the use of council land policy and see whether that takes care of the things that we've been discussing.
So is that an action that we put on?
Probably need to see what happens with the vote.
Well, I think anyway, doesn't it? I think it's important that we have raised what was raised in 2010. We have raised that we have heard there are issues. We have raised that we would like a policy that actually applies to our CCOs as well as council. We have raised that facilities, land or leased buildings without separating them are all concerns, and I think it's so whatever the vote does, it would be, I would think it's sensible to have as that as an action.
A great action. I'm just talking to Christine, thinks we might put it with the review item we've got coming up on the agenda. We could add that action in there because it may apply to other policies other than this one. So I think on that understanding, I'd be happy to rescind this one knowing that we were going to do some reviewing, but that's my opinion. Mr. Mayor, do you wish to speak again on this?
No, I think, I guess I don't support a number of the views and the fact that, while I support what the discussion was about, what I don't think what you're talking about is actually covered by this policy. So I think it's sort of a circular argument that you can say we want a policy in place to deal with a commercial cafe downstairs. That's not covered by this policy. So, why do we do it? But if that's what you want, let's put a policy in that actually covers the things that's been discussed around the table. But I think the only things that are covered by this that maybe you're talking about is the gym at Baywave, potentially the crematorium. Those are about the only two things I can think off the top of my head that we actually do. Maybe some of the activities that Bay Venues do, but that's not covered by this policy because they've got their own one. So, I don't think this is adding any value. But if there's a will to want to look at those things from leasing to a commercial operator, then that's a completely different policy which isn't covered currently.
Righto. Just before I move the motion, I think we by bringing this to the council, it's obviously opened up a question that we need to debate further and to look in further. So, yep, rescinding it may seem like an odd thing to do, but it's actually got us to this point where we know we've got to do some work. So I think having it on the agenda was a good idea. And saying that, we'll move the motion as on the screen. Can I ask all those in favour, please say aye. 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 Can we do a division here? So ayes? Aye. You got that?
Yep.
Against? So that motion is passed. Oh, sorry, no one's abstaining, just checking. So it's 4 against, 6-4. Oh, sorry, Steve away, 5-4. Have I got that right?
Yeah, it's just got him.
So it's carried. Righto, thank you. Moving on to item... Oh, sorry, I forgot about Arthur. Arthur, yeah. How many more items have we got?
Yeah, they're right. So at 1:30 we've gone over the 2 hours then another thing. But 2 o'clock is when the meeting is finished because you have a workshop at 2:30.
Okay, just a reminder, we do have a workshop at 2:30, so we are on a bit of a tight time frame. So happy to have, because Jen will tell me off because I haven't broke. Because I told you off.
We haven't got 2 hours at Yellow. We'll start at 11:30.
Sorry?
We have a break till
1:30 is the next.
Okay.
No,
Sorry? .4 is the next one.
Yep.
Prioritising use of indoor facilities policy review. Sarah and Sandy.
Thank you, Chair. We are seeking your approval to rescind another policy here today. This policy, the use of indoor facilities, was developed in 2011. Primarily at that time, there were some conflicts with booking of indoor sports venues. As you know, and we've just discussed, BVL took over the ownership and operation of all of the referenced venues in the policy, with the exception of Bay Court in 2014. They were contractually obliged to follow that policy, but it was superseded by their letter of expectation in 2018, and they have reported that those conflicts have been best managed by relationships with code managers and those kind of negotiations. It doesn't happen in the way it happened in 2011 with the need for this policy. Bay Court also report they're the only venue now covered that we manage in the policy. No conflicts and no use for the policy, so they are not using the policy. However, they do have a booking procedure which is quite detailed, and that's about making sure that how the venue is used is consistent with the vision and the values of that venue. There are lots of very specific details about accessibility in the in Bay Court when things are packed in and packed out. So all of that is really appropriately recorded through their booking procedure. And BVL are developing their own prioritisation policy for all of the suite of venues that they are managing as well as managing, that they will come back to council and staff to make sure it's consistent with what we are seeking to achieve. So our recommendation is to rescind the policy. It's not currently being used. It reflects a time that doesn't structurally exist today.
Question from me, just slightly off piece. So BVL's current policy for this, was that taken from this policy and morphed for their... You're saying they're updating it, but...
They are updating their policy, developing a new policy to manage across the suite of their venues.
So I guess my question was, what have they been operating on up until now?
Paul is here to answer any questions, but my understanding is that these kind of conflicts have just been best managed through relationships with the sporting codes.
Yes, hi. We have a procedure that we use, not a policy, in inverted commas. So it's through the venue hire procedure that we do this process, and then we go. So we're at the moment doing bookings for all of our facilities for the whole of next calendar year. So we go through a structured process with the users and the sports codes.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Schuler.
Do you know whether that structured process sort of aligns with the priorities that have been set out in this redundant policy?
At a high level it does, but obviously when this policy was put together, it was based on, there was some concerns around some, I think it was QEYC at the time, and the use of that indoor court facility with different sports users wanting similar times. We now have a whole heap of additional facilities, and the policy doesn't really well reflect our aquatics facilities either. So the two key areas that we do have problems, in inverted commas, that we have to work through with those users are indoor courts, so peak time use in indoor courts, and the 25-metre pool at Baywave. Both of those two are maxed out. So we have to work with the users, the sports, both wet and dry sports, to compromise and come up with a way that all the sports get as much as possible what they require, knowing that not everybody gets 100% of what they want.
Arthur?
Is there a review process that Bay Venues uses to check if other users feel disadvantaged or not prioritised?
It's tricky because the way we do it now really is based on pattern. So if you have a booking on a Thursday night for a sport that you've had for a number of years, you get first refusal at that time, for your sport. So if you're a new sport coming into the city, there is only a limited amount of time and space that we can offer, and that limited amount of time and space is already fully booked. So it is quite tricky to be able to meet the demands of the community when we're already fully maxed out at peak time.
I'll allow a little bit of leeway here, but I think we've got slightly off-piste on this one. We need to get back on track.
Lost my train of thought. I've lost my train of thought.
Righto. Sorry, going back to, thanks Paul for that information, but we'll go back to what we're talking about. Any further questions of Sarah and Sandy? All right, Arthur's remembered.
Remember what it was. Yes, they have got criteria, and one of them is how many people participate in the sports. Does that disadvantage others who don't have as many people, like, for example, pushchair people, disabled people who might have a sport? There are not as many people who are involved with that. Would they be prioritised out?
They wouldn't be prioritised out, but we have a whole load of criteria that we use on the basis of how you make the decision around who gets those peak times. We work with the accessible community, so they currently use Memorial Hall for a lot of their wheelchair sports, and that's where they're happy to continue to use for their wheelchair sports. But as I said, we work on a pattern and first right of refusal. There isn't an easy way to manage this process because everybody that uses sports facilities in general, 90% of the people that use sports facilities want to use them after school from about 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. of an evening. So we only have so many courts and we only have so many facilities. So we have to try and work on a set of criteria around how we assign who gets what at what time.
Thanks, Paul. Question on topic?
The community centres in Mirabel and Gay Park, will they be included in this list for BVL Are they going to be BVL owned and managed, or council owned, managed by BVL, or council owned and
Are you
managed?
talking about the new Maryvale Community Centre that's just been opened?
Yeah, and the one.
And the Gate Par one that's...
Yeah, because I noticed you've
in
got
progress?
Arataki and so forth. You know, like
Those two at the moment, I think, are going to be owned and run by council and the community, or a trust with the community, and not by Bay Venues Limited.
Okay, so they would not be under any policy under the proposed review, along with the other ones on the helpful list on page 168.
They wouldn't be touched by this policy, no. So they're essentially community leases. Council owns the building at Maryvale and leases that building to the Maryvale Community Incorporated, the trust that runs that building. They have a community lease which is governed by the use of fees and charges policy. Same plan for Gate Par.
And if I could just add, the criticality here on making sure that there is accessibility and diversity of events and use comes down to the booking schedules. And that's where we are developing those for Bay Court, Historic Village and the cargo shed at the moment, and will roll out. So it's those booking schedules that become really important.
I guess the question is, what policy are you using to determine what you put in the booking schedules discussion and implementation? That's what I'm trying to get at. What are the ones that are not BVL under the BVL policy, which are significant?
So for Bay Court, who are working through their booking procedure at the moment, and they have had a booking procedure in place for a number of years and are just revising that at the moment. It comes down to those principles which are reflected in the policy here, but also reflected in what Paul's referred to, is you've got accessibility's important, the diversity of events that are provided important, making sure there's a spread of users that have that the venue is available for, but also, particularly for Bay Court, is maximising the financial return. So all of those decisions have to be made every time that there is a booking.
And also this is about in situations when there is conflict. It's not just about booking, so it's when there's a high demand of users at the same time.
One last question, Councillor Shaw.
Just quickly on the relationship management side, I mean, have there been any examples where you have not been able to satisfactorily resolve an issue? I mean, you know, we're potentially talking, for example, at the moment, a bit live one as we're observing is TCC basketball on the 5, for example. Are there situations where a set of guidelines will help you work through that, or are you confident that your procedures, if that's what we're following, can mitigate any downside?
We haven't had any specific ones where we haven't reached a resolution. As I said, I don't necessarily think the resolution is always that both parties are 100% happy, but what we tend to do is mediate a conversation between the two sports. So we have one at the moment, for example, between volleyball and basketball that both want to use a similar time for a similar type of tournament, and we mediate a conversation between them to try and get to the best outcome. And one of them will end up happier than the other, but then hopefully there's give and take between those sports. Exactly, yeah.
And I can confirm, as far as I'm aware, for Bay Court, we haven't had any conflicts arise.
Right, we'll round up the questioning there. Would someone like to move the motion? I'll put it up on the... Thank you, Councillor Roseboom. Seconder? Mayor Drysdale, thank you.
I'd just like to thank staff for the report. It is challenging. I'm hoping over our time we can put a few more facilities into the network and reduce the load and burden on, but I'm sure that's also going to encourage more clubs and groups to start up and want to use our facilities. It is challenging. I just hope that during our letters of expectation, as we get better at writing them for BVL, that we express upon them that our desire is that everyone has equal access to all our facilities.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I sort of thought about what I'd do, but I will support this, but I do think we need to have, pick up those policies and have them sort of, or the points in the policy around the principles, etc. So there's some way of staff referring to that when the conflicts do arise. And but I want to raise that this has been a concern for people, certainly in my ward and in other parts of the city. And some of the venues are BVL, but some of them are TCC venues. And so I just think it's without a policy. I mean, I trust staff must know what they're doing, but I can't see how you can have something to refer to if it's not actually a policy. But I think we need something because of the conflicts that have arisen, according to people who've come to me and said that they think council's not interpreting this policy correctly. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. So I'm happy to let it go, but I'm puzzling about all this use of our time for this kind of stuff, where it seems quite helpful. The policy seems fine.
Thank you, Arthur.
Yeah, we have this aim of being an inclusive city, but I'm not certain that we have a review process adequate that's actually really confirming whether we are being inclusive. Like, no complaints that mean that we're inclusive. So those are the sort of concerns that I have. I think the council facilities are there for our diverse community, and the risk is that it becomes mainstreamed and the diverse communities don't get access to it.
There've been no further discussion. I'll move the motion. All those in favour? Sorry, put the motion. Against? That motion's carried. At risk of being called a hypocrite, I'm going to call a recess for 20 minutes till 2 o'clock. Thank you.
The mayor will be back at
Righto, bring everybody to order, please. We're reconvene the meeting. I note that the Mayor had to leave for another engagement, and we are on a bit of a time restriction to get done by 2:30. So we'll move on to item 9.5, updating policy delegations due to organisational reset. And Christine, you're speaking to that.
I'll speak to it, and Sharon, who's the report writer, is here as well. So there are a number of policies that have delegations within the policies themselves, and those delegations are to positions. Through the reset process, the titles of positions in the organisation has changed. So all this is doing is updating the policies to equate the new titles with the old ones. There will be a separate report that comes to Council which deals with all other delegations, including financial delegations. This report only deals with delegations that sit inside policies, and it comes to here because this is the committee that approves policies. So for an example, in the development contribution policy, there is a delegation to the Chief Executive, and that is unable to be subdelegated. It's subdelegated to myself and Sarah in the roles that we've got, which is now the job titles have changed. So all of those types of things are addressed in the schedule, and it's just a procedural to update it.
Thank you. Do we have any questions before we get to the Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. So Christine, so right now, before this is approved, what would happen if the delegation, because your title changed, are you still signing?
We are in effect in the interim, which, yes, we are, because the business still keeps on going. And that's really based on the informal updates the CEO has given you about the changes and how they relate. This is really just trying to get all of the paperwork correctly in place. So, yep.
And so because we haven't got two general managers in place yet, including our CFO, whatever that job title is, who may or may not have some desire to have an influence on this, and because we're going to get financial delegations in February before we do the annual plan, is there any harm in waiting and doing all that at once in February when we get a update of titles, and we get, with all those titles, we know what those financial delegations are, just because it's really hard to tell from this. You know, you say there's no change, but we're not familiar with it yet. So would there be any harm in delaying this change and combining it with the change we make in February or March as part of the annual plan with the financial delegations?
It means that you're still operating in a sort of a hybrid with you trying to manually line them up rather than actually having a clear delegation and up from council in here. There isn't necessarily a relationship between this and the financial delegations. These are specifically delegations that sit within policies only. So it's not the financial delegations, which is a separate report to council.
Which I guess to me is even more reason to do it together, because I think they should, you know, when you're talking delegation, it's either delegation to do something or talked about in a policy. If they're delegated to do something that's got no financial requirement, that's good to see in a schedule. So I would certainly support this being done, delayed and being done when we've got the two GMs in place, and be done once later on when we've got the financial delegations lined up with this.
Sorry, was that a question, or are you looking for Christine's opinion on that? Or?
If you look at page 172, what it shows you is in the policy currently what the title is, and all we've done is said what is the equivalent role in the new structure and what is that equivalent role called. So it's just replacing a like for like. It's not adding any additional powers or responsibilities to staff. The policy identifies that certain things need to be done and that they need to be done by a role in council, and it defines the title of that role. That role doesn't exist anymore, and so it's saying actually that responsibility now sits in this new title, where the scope is the same and relevant. So, yeah, if you don't do it, it's out of date, and we were just trying to we'll keep working within the existing, but it's not best practice. The restructure is now complete. People are in place or nearly in place, and so we should have documentation that aligns with it.
So the question though on 2.1.1 on that page you sent us to 172, it already said, does it already said, or any other staff member with significantly similar position titles established in the future? Is that wording already in there, or is that what you were going to add in? Under protected disclosures.
Third box down.
So Sharon might be able to say, but I think some policies currently already do that, but not all. So that one box does, but if you look around the rest of those titles, the rest of them, they actually specify the role and they don't have the wording that says any other staff member. Have I got that right?
Yeah, so that's right. So there's only, I think, 1 or 2 policies that have a specific or other similar role, but the other ones are just very specific to that role. We could add, as part of this process, we could add into these policies asterisks or any other similar role in the future, if that's helpful.
Further questions? Thank you. So you've moved it, Rick? Yep. Seconded by Councillor Roseburn. Thank you. Further discussion amongst, do you want to talk to it, Rick? All right, we'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Councillor Schooler, be recorded as being against. Schooler, that's not you. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Schooler, Jen. Righto, thank you. Moving on to item 9.6. Which is...
yep, I'll speak to it. Jeremy's normally here. No, one of them is in with the same meeting as the Mayor, and just send an email to the other one. So this committee has a work program that you look at a regular basis, and we spoke to it at a previous item on this agenda. So this is the proposed work program. We're suggesting that a couple of things are put on hold, partly because of the waters legislation and partly another external matter relating to the airport. The report goes through and just gives you a bit of an overview of each of the matters, and in the attachment is the full schedule. For each item we're identifying what we will be reporting when to this committee, and a brief description. So really seeking your guidance as to whether you're supportive of all of these, whether you see there's any gaps or anything else, and you might here like to make that point that was discussed earlier. When you do come to do use of council land, that you would like some of those wider commercial matters to be taken into account, this would be the appropriate place to have that discussion, or to give us that guidance and then let that to be recorded in the minutes.
Sorry, I've just got a quick question. Probably Martin was going to ask the same thing. In this long list of things we have here, there's a number of things that aren't actually City Futures Committee. They've got, was that an error to have all the other committees in there as well?
Some of them are sort of related to broader policy matters, and so to have a complete list of all bylaws and all policies.
So it's sort of more for information?
More for information about everything that's going to be coming through.
Okay, that sort of makes sense. It just, that ended up being quite a long list, obviously.
It was, and it's really also just to check in that you think we are sending them to the right place. So, and we had a recent discussion about where something should go, which committee. Sometimes when you're looking at individual things and looking at the terms of reference, things could go to more than one place. So are you happy that these are, so for an example is the Waste Infrastructure Network Program, which is our whole solid waste future, which we're currently working on at the moment. We're saying we're suggesting it's going to council. You could similarly say it does fit within the terms of reference of this committee. So are you comfortable that we're suggesting it goes to council if, we could put it to either? So we're just seeking that direction, so we're putting it to the right place.
So, sorry, I was just digesting what you just said. So there's going to be a bit of an arm wrestle over those items, perhaps. What would be the mechanism and venue for that discussion?
You could do it here because we've put them in here for that purpose, just to check, and so that's why we've said we think these two go to full council. For example, those couple which are on page, sorry, I've just deleted the page number, 179, or we can have them, we do have briefing sessions now which are going to be regular with the chairs of all of the committees, and that would be the other place where we work through the forward work program. If you think something's not in the right place, we can shuffle it then. So there's sort of two opportunities.
So my take on it, given our current shortage of time, that perhaps that's where we push this and...
Yep, that's fine.
Councillor Roseburn.
Chair, I've got two questions. One's just a clarification. We've just done a rescinding a policy. I'm assuming it's going to drop off the bottom of this list because the last item on our big long list of policies is prioritise use of indoor sports facilities. So I'm assuming this will now drop off this. And on page 183 in the summary, you were given advice around connecting different policies together. Definitely keen to do active reserves level of service, open space levels of service, and what was the other one? Toilets, all as one big block of policies at the same time. Try and connect them together. Is that... that's a huge amount of work. It's a big workload. Does that make it more challenging or more efficient to do them all at once?
It's relatively efficient, and generally some of the same people in our community might be interested in these, so bundling them up and consulting them in one go probably is more efficient from a community input perspective, from an engagement perspective. Yep, and quite often these public toilets are on community facilities or community reserves, and sports groups and others would be using them, so they would generally be sort of potentially the same group of people. So, yep, so that makes sense rather than them having to engage in 3 different occasions with us. So it streamlines it for them.
Do we have any further questions on this one? We get the resolution up. So we have a resolution proposed in the paperwork. Do we have a mover and a seconder, please? Happy to move. Councillor Rosenberg is moving. Seconder, Councillor Schuler. Righto. Do you want to?
No, when this came to our City Futures agenda briefing, I was rather impressed by the volume of work we've got to get through in the immediate future. This is really going to test us, and I think it should encourage us to be more efficient at meetings if we've got to read this and get this through. Having staff sitting here slowing us down on policy review.
I'll take the hint, thank you. Any further? Right, I'll put the motion as, I won't read it out, it's a bit long. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried, thank you. Moving on to 9.7, which is a status update on actions from prior City Future Committee meetings.
Take questions.
Yeah, we'll take the report as read and ask for any questions, please. Councillor Crowther.
On the 12th of August, relating to arterial routes, I think, it says staff to report back to the committee on the Tauranga and West Abapalani Transport Committee and Council the connection between transport strategy projects and the New Zealand Transport Association arterial routes projects. I can't decode that. If someone can put it into plain language, and also I was in all the meetings, we got an arterial routes thing, but what we expressly said was that we wanted that to take high priority in the Transport Committee. The status update is that it will be, we'll present an answer, councillors sent email update strategic studies and will present and answer questions, I presume that's staff, not councillors, at the next Joint Transport Committee meeting in October 2025. Well, there is no Joint Transport Committee meeting, there's none scheduled. We have asked our staff and we've asked the Regional Council to schedule urgently a Joint Transport Committee meeting before Christmas, and we wanted the arterial routes, if that's the topic of this, to be of high priority because we're losing valuable time around that. So I'd like to kind of have another action to reopen that, to come back to us with a decoded version of that, what the real action is, and for me, I don't know how we go about this unless I do an amendment, but if people are happy just to support the action of to prioritise one, a Joint Transport Committee meeting before Christmas, and two, arterial routes upgrade report before Christmas.
Definitely happy to support that as a new action. Whether our co-councillors get themselves together in time to get a meeting before Christmas, definitely support it. We're going to put a bit of lifting on the other councils, but definitely support it. And yes, I would like a plain English version of action required, please.
Just looking at the forward work program for overall agendas, and I thought oh, here it is. Currently, it's sitting in the plan to come back on the 9th of December to Council, an arterial decongestion project, paper to request decisions on next steps for potential arterial upgrades. Is that what you're talking about, or you're talking about something different?
What page is that on, Christine?
So that's not, that's, this is the forward, this is the forward work program for all committees, and
okay.
And so this would have been put in by Nick before he left, and he was saying that there was going to be a report to the 9th of December on the arterial decongestion project, which was for the purpose of to get decisions on next steps on the potential arterial upgrades. Is that what you're talking about, or you're talking something else?
Yes, so that is, so that we can, sorry to undo your good work, but maybe get rid of the second bullet point because it's not needed by the sound of it, but the first one can still remain. So if our staff can twist arms at Regional Council, and if necessary, I think we just need to schedule our own Transport Committee meeting or something.
I concur with that. I think if we wait till February or March, there's still going to be newbies at the committee. It'd be great to get that out of the way before Christmas, and then we're ready to rock. So completely agree with that one.
And then I think, as you say, the second one should be dealt with by this other action. That's, yeah.
Right, anything further? Deputy Mayor, you had a note in there. Is that something you want to bring up?
It was just, again, a bit of clarity on that one, which was 9.3. It just said that the action was complete and that a email had been sent, but just was the action complete by the email being sent on that date? It's just trying to say, when you say it's complete, actually put complete with an email dated so-and-so. Just trying to get that clarity in all of the action schedules.
Okay, so that's normally been picked up in that date closed column, so that's not why it's not repeated under status update. So that would be the date of the email normally.
And repeating a date when it's closed and when an email is fine. It's better
Okay.
than having ambiguity of whether that was that. Thank you.
Anything further on this issue? All right, would somebody like to move that the City Futures Committee receives the report status update on actions from prior City Future Committee meetings? Councillor Crowley, Councillor Couric, Councillor Crowley to second. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. No discussion on no late items to discuss. We've done that. Please. Jen?
Do you
Microphone.
want to do it here or just in the workshop?
Sorry?
Do you want to do? Yeah, do it at the end of the workshop.
If we just came through to the workshop, it's probably more appropriate to just do a kariki at the end to wrap the whole thing up. So,
Different venue.
The workshop isn't closed, though.
Okay.
apologies, the workshop's in close, so we'll close formally for those that have watched and participated today. Mihana kia tātou, kia tārewa tūnga ki te kōrero ki te rangi, ko ia tēnei te whakawātea ki nei tūturu whakamaua kia tīna, haumi e hui e, tai ki e.
Thank you, everybody. Declare the meeting closed at 2:22 p.m.